Good afternoon, good evening to you guys. Welcome to the stream. Thank you guys all for being here. Lael, Monica, Mendy, Marcus, LBR TV, welcome. Thank you guys so much. How is everybody doing? You forgot what I look like? You were probably better off. Yeah. Let's see, we're doing stuff in Grizzly Hills today. We still have a lot of stuff in Dragonblight that I should probably, like, loose ends I should probably tie up. But I didn't feel like it. I felt like going into Grizzly Hills. So that's what we're doing. Alex, happy Sunday, man. Welcome. Alright, let's see what is going on.
Speak, friend. For the Horde. Be safe.
Nazgrim. Oh, we're talking to Nazgrim.
Go forth to victory.
Kill 12 Dragonflayer Husklars. That's a nice word. I can say that. No problem. Carnifexia, good evening. Welcome. Lael, I'm doing okay. Yeah, I'm doing okay. I'm here, so. Even as the Alliance cowards attack our positions, the Dragonflayer Vicryl outpost of Voldrune to the southeast prepares for war. The Vicryl are far from the strongest enemy we face here, but we must eliminate them before they can truly threaten us. Okay. We're killing Vicryl. LV80, thanks for being here. I'm sure it's level 80. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. This is the first stream in a while, so welcome. Grey Warg hides, 3 Grey Warg hides, okay.
Loktar, go with honor.
And 5 succulent venison.
Go forth to victory.
Now I did have to respec. Obviously I haven't played this character since the Cataclysm happened. So I had to respec him, and this is what we're working with right now. In case anybody is interested or cares about that sort of thing. Dustin, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, we're sticking with arms. I'm probably just gonna stick with arms the entire way on this guy. And then we'll see if maybe someday anything convinces me to try Fury. Arms is good in Kata? That's awesome to hear. In so many versions of the game, like, Arms is inferior to Fury spec. It feels really good to play. Right now, I'm appreciating not one-shotting everything, though. Keep in mind, I've been playing, like, so much of the Hunter. At this point, I've finished the Hunter. I am, in real time, I am done with the Hunter. And the rest of those episodes are going to come out over the next few days. It's a relief to not be, like, one-shotting stuff. To actually feel like I have to press more than a couple of buttons. Fury is bottom tier. Ooh. That's a big oof. And the weird thing is, like, every time I went to spend a point in the Hunter talent tree, like, none of it seemed good for leveling. But then when I was looking through the arms tree, like, a lot of it seems like just intuitively good for leveling. So I wonder what the deal is with the Hunter talent trees. Every time I go to spend a talent point on the hunter, it's like the most unremarkable moment for me. I'm like, oh great, another talent point that I don't really care about. And I was kind of worried that that was just kind of the way it was with talents, that they just didn't matter while leveling up. But then as I read through the arms talent tree, I was like, okay, well, these actually seem good. Whereas every choice I had on the hunter was like, eh. Shadow, you haven't seen a stream pop up in a while because there hasn't been a stream for like 3 weeks or so. And even the last time I streamed, I hadn't streamed for like a week before that. It's been about 4 or 5 weeks since I've been doing consistent, what you might call consistent streaming. Yeah, I needed a break. I needed a break, and the thing that happened was like, I realized I needed a break long after I needed a break. And that's what some people call burning out. I had needed a break for a while, and I didn't realize it. So then the break that I did take was probably longer than it absolutely would have had to have been had I realized sooner, you know. And that being said, like, I'm probably not going to go back to trying to stream every weekday. Like, for a while I was like 5 or 6 days a week. And I've been trying to do 5 or 6 days a week for like the past year. It had been like 11 months. So I don't think I'll be going back to trying to do that. However, like I'll be streaming more consistently than I have been the last 3 weeks. Alex, you switched to Arcane. Is it because you get to press more buttons? Yeah. I eventually go back to Survival on the Hunter. Just so I can feel like I consistently get to push 2 or 3 buttons during combat. Because it got kind of like, it was so tedious just aim-shotting everything. Like, basically every pull was aim-shot, and if aim-shot didn't kill it, execute killed it. Which was it's not fun gameplay. Yeah, it's one of those things, like, it's cool at first, like, oh, that's really cool, I'm so powerful I can kill it in one hit. But, like, from a fantasy perspective, that's great and everything, but from a gameplay perspective, it's really, really, really boring. The reason I was able to get through the Hunter, and to level them even to where I end up stopping, is because I did it in like spurts, where like I would record a bunch in one day. I played as much as I could, because I knew that if I slowed down, like the tediousness of playing that class was gonna wear me down. This is already like a lot more interesting. Like I'm pressing multiple buttons, there's stuff I have to react to. They really kind of broke leveling. They broke the leveling experience from a gameplay perspective. Like, for me, like, my purpose is to see the stories and to read the quest. So I don't think it impacts me as much. But if you're just a person playing the video game and you're having that level up journey, I feel like they kind of broke it. If all you have is the joy of pushing your buttons and seeing the sights, if you're not reading the quest, you don't care about the story or the lore, then the leveling experience is kind of, it's kind of bunk at the moment. You could tell this is like, Cataclysm was when the fun started to be at endgame. Like, they almost intentionally moved the fun to endgame. And leveling kind of became something you just had to get through. You can really feel that with how the button pressing feels leveling up, with how non-impactful the talent choices are leveling up. Like, a lot of the talents on the Hunter, I would read the talents and I would say, oh, that'd probably be really good for endgame. And that was like my reaction to any talent. Like, if the talent was even moderately good, my thought was just, oh, that's probably good at endgame. Because during the actual gameplay of leveling, no fights lasted long enough for any of my talents to really come into play or to matter. Dustin, I appreciate that, man. Yeah, the recorded stuff will always be around. I think it's just like with streaming, I have to know like when there's a day that I just shouldn't stream, you know, when there's times when I have to step away from it. And what I did this time is I just, since I stepped away from streaming, I stayed away until I really wanted to stream. Like, I kind of let that grow a little bit, because to me that was the sign that, like, my social battery is refilling itself. Whereas I had completely exhausted that battery, and I didn't realize it. I was just running my system on no battery, no social battery. And I think I had been running it that way for a while. And so when I took this break, I kind of just waited. I let that feeling grow, and I didn't act on it immediately. Like last week, I almost streamed last week. And I was like, no, I have to wait. And so here we are today. I gotta get this character leveled up, because I would like to take this character into the new zones on a Monday. I guess it's Monday. Is that in 2 days? Are we getting like full classic launch and or Cata launch in 2 days? Oh geez, this character might not be ready in 2 days. Shoot. Yeah, I should have been playing this character a little bit more recently. If I was like super serious about needing to take them like right into Cataclysm. We got 4 levels. That could be quite a bit. Did taking a break from streaming help with the views and the algorithms? No. If I'm being blatantly, and this is one of the last things we talked about on the last stream that we did, was how, like, you know, for the channel hasn't been growing as much as I would like it to. You know what it did help with? It helped with subscribers, not members. Members are at an all-time low. It helped with subscribers. My average subscribers in a 28-day period has gotten back to where it should be, and it had been cut basically in half. But every other metric is just low. Like, I think it's just low, you know. Obviously my content in my channel has like a small audience, so there's only so much I can expect. I'm grateful for everyone who's here and like for every sub I get, so. But no, taking a break did not help in the way that it, you know, I thought maybe it could. But you know, that could just be because I streamed for almost a year straight, so then the algorithm was like, wait, you're not putting out live content anymore? Abort, abort, abort. And then, you know. The dedicated few, indeed. Yeah, and I appreciate you guys. It's... I need the channel to grow, but I can't complain about what I have, you know? And the thing is, like, especially when you get into a leveling series that ends up being, like, anything longer than 15 episodes, like, your views decline drastically and your watch time declines drastically. And leveling WoW characters takes a while, so... Alex, I appreciate that, man. Thank you. What happened to the Blood Elf Mage? The Blood Elf Mage was never gonna make it to Cataclysm in time, so I gave up on it. Yeah, what happened with the Blood Elf Mage is, like, when they put out their original roadmap, we were supposed to get full Cata launch in August. Like, Cata was supposed to go live basically in August, according to their original roadmap they put out. So when I started the Blood Elf Mage, I was like, okay, cool, I have until August to level this character to 80. That's no problem. It's gonna be a fun time. And then they said, oh, we're releasing Cata on May 20th. And I said, well, there's no effing way that I'm ever going to get this character leveled up in time. This is just going to be a big waste of my time. So I stopped leveling it. Yeah. Well, I made the mistake of taking Blizzard at their word when they are very these days, they're very prone to change release dates and to rush schedules. And, like, I wouldn't be surprised. We're probably going to see War Within in, like, the beginning of August. They just, like, they push out content so fast now. So much faster than they, like, seem to plan to. And so that's what happened with that. Karen, I'm doing well. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Alex with the 10 gifted memberships. Dude, that's huge. That's huge. And that's awesome, man. Thank you so much. And then when it came to the thought of like, well, should I pick the Blood Elf Mage up and like level it through the revamped zones? Like, my answer inevitably was no, because like in the revamped zones, I'm trying to read all the quests, and you know the Blood Elf zones didn't get a revamp. And for Eastern Kingdom's Horde side, I'm gonna do a Forsaken. So I think I'm gonna do a Forsaken Shadow Priest. Maybe someday. I'll probably end up back at it. You know, the most likely place for me to end up back on a mage is going to be retail. That's the most likely place to see me like play a mage again. Is possibly in War Within. That goblin game tester. That goblin was a beta character. Yeah, that was in beta. I don't know if I'll play through the goblin stuff. The thing about goblins is, unfortunately, for better or worse, like I kind of hate how World of Warcraft treats goblins. I don't appreciate the satire. I don't appreciate like the capitalist satire or the corporate satire. Like I just don't really. It doesn't do anything for me, and I kind of hate it. I feel like it diminishes them as a race because they're basically a joke. They're a joke race. And like, it only annoys me because goblins have a lot of potential. Like, I really like the tinker side of them, like the gritty industrial side of them. But the way they turn it all into jokes is kind of really off-putting to me. So like, I don't even know if I can make myself play through the zones again. It was really difficult for me to even play through the zone that I did play through on the goblin, because I just like, I hate how Blizzard treats goblins. I feel like it's such a wasted opportunity to have a race that could be cool, and instead treat them like that. So Heart Failure, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for being here. How's the music, guys? It might be a little too loud. I'll dial it down just a tiny bit. Blizz is racist against goblins. Yeah. It's just like early Blizz thought that like pop culture references and satire would be things that were like fun. You know? They were a bunch of 20-year-old white guys, and they thought that like, you know, 80s and 90s movie references and just like pop culture stuff and satire and like tongue-in-cheek poop quests. They loved their poop quests, because who doesn't love a good poop quest? They thought all that stuff was like funny. They thought it was entertaining, so they thought that everyone else should be entertained by it. And it unfortunately is stuff that does not age well. It's stuff that isn't funny now. It doesn't age well. They ruined think about like how Westfall, like they ruined Westfall, they ruined Red Ridge by turning it into a Rambo movie. Like, it's really sad. It's really sad how something that can kind of seem funny or clever in a moment of game design, like, kind of, like, negatively impacts a video game for the next 15 years. It's interesting because, like, as I played the Hunter and I leveled through the revamped Kalimdor zones, on the one hand, it was cool. It's cool reading the quest. It's cool, like, seeing some different stories, seeing some different lore. On the other hand, when you're doing that, you can really feel that, like, whatever charm and mystery and, like, just the feeling of being a part of a world, whatever the zones had of those things, those qualities were basically stripped away by the Cataclysm. Like, all that just, like, immersive, being in a zone, having, like... The way I think about it is, like, vanilla quests were all questions. They were all, what's going on? What's this mysterious thing? What are these enemies doing here? What's happening? In vanilla, the quests ask you questions. And those questions get you to think and feel and, like, really get immersed in the zones. In Cataclysm, the quests give you all the answers. They tell you what's going on, they tell you what things are, they tell you what has happened and what is happening. And getting answers is not nearly as fun, interesting, immersive, or enjoyable as asking questions of the world that you're in. And that's kind of how that's kind of like summing up my overall experience leveling up in the revamp zones. Is that whatever qualities of, like, mystery and just, like, immersion, whatever those zones had, like it's mostly been stripped away. And the zones that feel the best are the zones where the revamp was minimal. Mainly they are the zones where like the heavy-handed faction battle storytelling does not exist. Zones like Fairless, Winter Spring. The zones that they changed the least were the zones for me that were the most enjoyable to play through. So yeah, that was my experience leveling up, at least on the Hunter so far. I need to pay attention to like quest objectives. You guys are gonna have to bear with me. It's been a long time since I've had to like talk and converse and play the game at the same time. So if I'm standing in an area and I completed the quest 10 minutes ago and I'm still killing mobs, feel free to backseat game and tell me that I'm done with the quest. Because otherwise I might not notice. That's a good point. In Classic, you know there's a faction battle, but in Cata, you know who wins which zones. Yeah, it's the same thing. Like, in Vanilla, there's questions. In Cataclysm, there's answers. And the answers are much more lame than the questions.
Come get the food. Stay away from the food.
Do I need any of this stuff? Not really.
Spirits. Blood and thunder.
Yeah, overall, like my overall assessment is like Cataclysm is when they tried to move the fun of the game. All of the fun and like the good content, they moved it to the end game. Like the leveling up was no longer seen as like a gameplay experience. It was just seen as kind of like a way for a person to get to the gameplay. Like you have to level up to get to the gameplay. And the leveling, like, minimally introduces you to the buttons of your class. You get to push a few buttons while you level up. You get to make talent choices while you level that aren't, like, super impactful, but all of it is in the service of, like, getting you to endgame. And getting you into what became, like, the core content. And it's funny how much, like, actual modern WoW is different than that. Whereas in modern WoW, you see a lot more content that's aimed at solo players. There's a lot more that you can actually do in the game once you level up, besides go into like super hard endgame stuff. Whereas in Cataclysm, they took the fun out of leveling, but they didn't really give solo players like a lot to do. You know, you can do LFR and LFG. You know, there's no world questing yet. I don't really know what like the daily situation was like for daily quest in Cataclysm, if there were any good like daily zones. Let's see. We need to find a dude. Thane Torvald Eriksson. Oh, here he is. I can just fly up here probably. He's an elite. My experience with elites has been that they will kill me. Use Flamebringer. What the hell is a Flamebringer? I have an item. Or maybe I was supposed to get on a... I bet I was supposed to get on a mount. What are the odds I can straight up kill this guy? What are the odds? Probably not very good looking at my current HP. If I do this... Oh, I can't retaliate? Oh, that was the wrong cooldown. Totes popped the wrong cooldown. Ooh. Just rip. Oh. Oh god, today's gonna be rough from a gameplay perspective. This is me. I have a duty to get this character to max level, but a part of me wants to be playing Mista Pandaria Remix. If we're being truthful. Yeah, Cata was probably when I farmed the most heroics as well. A lot of that's because there really wasn't anything else to do. If it wasn't a raid night, I was on an altar, I was just farming badges. How am I gonna get to my body? I have no idea. Without flying? I don't know. Maybe I'll end up like boosting this character. I'm, you know, 70, it's 4 levels. I know how to play it, so boosting it won't be that bad. I am not getting up there. Boop. Let's try that again. Let's take the road this time. Yeah, exactly. There wasn't much to do. Richard, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream of not being able to find my corpse. Just not being... Maybe I gotta go this way. It'd be really cool if you could just have a flying mount. Like, when I am a corpse, please just let me fly around the zones. That would make my life a lot easier right now. Here we go. I think we got it. So I can't kill this guy. I was supposed to get on a dragon or some kind of mount, and I didn't do that. I didn't do it. So this quest probably isn't happening. Mop Remix is fun, but the scaling feels off when you get to max level. Everything one-shots you? Good. Now you know what the mobs feel like. Yeah, now it's like payback. Everything one-shots you? Are you sure about that? Sounds a little broken. I wish I felt under any kind of duress in combat. Yeah, so far I think I'm like level 30. 35. So far I really haven't felt any duress in combat. It's like the game turned into Dark Souls once. You just described something that sounds absolutely amazing to me, though. That's great. Like, obviously they're gonna change it. By the time I get to max level, I'll be one-shotting everything. Can't heal. You know, it's... They have so many different systems stacking on top of each other for character power in Mop Remix that, like, realistically, like, I don't know how you balance that. There is no balance. I kind of feel like the point of Mop Remix is for people to steamroll content. So eventually they're just going to have to nerf everything way down. But the weird thing is, like, where I'm at, you could even say, like, boosting the HP and attack power of mobs would be a good idea. So yeah, I'm not surprised that it's busted. It's probably never going to be, like, balanced. And I don't think that's their... Obviously, their intention is not that stuff one-shots you, either. What do I think they'll do after Cataclysm Classic? They'll just keep releasing... They'll just keep releasing expansions. They should call it quits. Throw in the towel and... move on to other projects, you know? I would say they should make a Classic Plus, but then I see, like, what they did to Season of Discovery, and I don't want these people touching Classic again. I don't want any of them touching Classic again. Because if you go back and you listen to the shit they told us at BlizzCon, you know, and how they were gonna have it, it was still gonna feel classic, it was still gonna be classic, but it was gonna be fun. They just lied. They wrote checks they couldn't cash, and, like, I don't want any of the people on the Classic team trying a Classic Plus. So, you know, I would have said Classic Plus, but I'd say they should just hang up the towel. They should go work for other parts of the company and put their sprint hours into something more meaningful, because they're not doing a lot of good work on the Classic team. They're trying a lot of ideas, but trying a lot of ideas does not equate to making a good video game. So yeah, but they'll push out in a year and a half. Mist of Pandaria will be out. A year and a half after that, Warlords of Draenor Classic will be out. A year and a half after that, Legion will be out. What else can they do? It's a progression server now. It's like, think about it as just like you're on a progression server, and that progression server is probably going to progress all the way to Legion. That progression server might progress all the way to Battle for Azeroth. I don't know. Who knows? It was a meme at one point, but it just seems like they don't really know what else they can do. And I don't really trust them to do anything else anyway, so... Do you think they should move all the characters from retail to classic when it's over? I agree with you. If they ever come out and say, like, we're done releasing classic expansions, I think they owe it to people to simply let them move their characters, if they choose to do so, to either a retail server or to a classic era server. Yes. Absolutely. Yeah, because it's either going to keep going or it's going to end. And if it ends, they should let people move their characters to retail. There's so, yeah. Shadow, I don't disagree with you, but there's so much else that's wrong with SOD. And a lot of what's wrong with SOD is just like a dark window into the minds of like most modern WoW players. Like just the way that people's engagement with the game has been twisted by, you know, a lot of it's by the game design itself. But that's what SOD is for me. It's just a dark window into the hearts and souls of poor WoW players. Those poor people. They need an add-on to tell that, so that they hover over a character and it tells them everything about what that player has ever done. Otherwise, they don't feel comfortable inviting them to a group. Without absolute granularity and some kind of twisted like social score, like WoW players can no longer feel comfortable inviting others to their groups in a video game. So to me, it just reveals like the sad state of like people's mentality when it comes to grouping up and having fun in a game. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. We are done. Let's go turn this. Let's turn this one in. We'll see if we can find the mount or whatever we're supposed to get on to kill this guy. It's probably back in town somewhere. Luinian, thanks for being here. I appreciate that. Thanks for hanging out with the stream. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think you can expect like anything like truly groundbreaking to come out of the classic team like anytime in the near future. You know, SOD is going to run its course. They've already delayed SOD Phase 3 or Phase 4, and they finally said that they would put it on PTR. After 3 phases of just like releasing completely broken content, they're like, oh yeah, well let's put it on a PTR. Let's put it on a limited PTR. Just do a little bit of testing. Finally, they're deciding to test the game, you know, in the last phase. Like, I don't think we'll see another season again for a couple of years, if ever. To be honest.
What you want?
Marked, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream.
Be seeing ya.
I think you can expect a world revamp for retail probably in the next, not this either the second expansion of the World Soul Saga, or we'll have to wait till after the World Soul Saga ends. It's going to be one or the other. It's either going to happen sooner or it's going to happen much later. Unfortunately, it kind of seems like a world revamp would make the most sense after the World Soul Saga ends. Because I'm sure like Azeroth is going to crack open like a giant egg in space and we're all going to be flung into the Great Dark Beyond. And then we're going to wake up and it's all going to have been a dream of a Titan simulation. And we're going to be on some other planet in some other place. Thoughts? Theory. Do I need this? Not really.
Stay away from them.
You think they use SOD as a playground for future retail content? Oh man, ugh. And retail is so much better than SOD. I hope they don't take anything from SOD and do anything with any of it. I don't think that any of the things they did in SOD have any value or any place in any other version of the game. Convince me that I'm wrong. Convince me that there is something they put into Season of Discovery that is good enough to exist in a permanent or semi-permanent other version of the game. Because I can't think of anything. I can't think of a single bit of actual content they added to SOD that should even exist anywhere else. What are my thoughts on a remix? I'm having a lot of fun with remix. I'm only level 30 or so I can't, like, do I feel powerful? Yeah, but I feel powerful in any version of retail that I play. Retail is a high power fantasy, whereas like classic vanilla is a low power fantasy. Apparently, we just don't get any more quests if I can't kill this guy, which is troublesome. I think that means it's time to go ahead and jump into the dungeon grind. Let's just do that. I'm supposed to get on a mount or something to go fight this guy. I also have a quest that's simply not being tracked. You know, because why would quest tracking work? Who cares? Why would it work? Enable icons. Okay, yeah, there we go. Okay, now we have quest tracking because we have to have an add-on to do that. Gotta have an add-on to do it. Okay, look at this. See, now look at the add-on is even telling me where I have to go to actually do this quest. So I have to come down here and we have to mount up. Simple flour and coal. I really don't know what all this is about. I hope I just get more quests to fight stuff and loot things. Yeah, people were telling me that mobs in Panda Remix at Endgame, mobs one-shot you. Which would be interesting. By the time I get there, they'll have changed it. So I probably won't get to experience that awesome little bit of gameplay. Okay, let's go kill this guy now that we have our stolen dragon mount. It doesn't really seem like anything is happening. I could be wrong. Okay, that did something. We got his attention. Okay. We're hitting him now. That's a really inopportune moment for that to happen, but I really can't afford to hit no on it. I don't know if we're still dealing damage or not. It doesn't seem like we are dealing any damage currently. Alright, we got him! Yay! Blood Moon, good afternoon. Welcome to the stream, and thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Okay, we got rejected. Return to the front of the queue. Okay, there we go. So we need to find coal and we need simple flour. I'm assuming these are just things that we could buy from like a general goods vendor. So maybe that's what we're supposed to do. I guess I don't need this thing. I should probably dismount from it before it shoots me up into the air. Okay, there we go. Halls of Stone. Halls of Stone. Am I gonna aggro these guys standing here? Probably. Details? Details? Whoa. I need add-ons. I guess I don't have a details meter for Cataclysm? Oh boy. That's fun. I'm sure these guys got this. Let's see. Cataclysm Classic. We got a couple of updates here. Let's look for details. Okay, maybe I'm just spelling details wrong. That could be a real thing. There we go, detail, damage meter. Okay, we got a dead tank, it looks like. What was my favorite expansion of all time? I mean, I always say Burning Crusade. And I think these days it's probably it's either Burning Crusade or Legion, but Legion is kind of like a weird case because like the reason I like Legion is because of like the stories, I like the vibe of Legion, I like Illidan, I like Khadgar, like Illidan and Khadgar are my two favorite characters. But like Legion was horrible because it introduced the infinite AP grind, and it like Legion was the expansion when I knew that I was no longer going to be able to raid. Because I didn't have time to like grind up my artifact weapon back then. So I was basically useless as a player. But other than that, Burning Crusade, just because BC is the closest you can get to Classic without being Classic. Requires reload, no duh. My least favorite expansion? I don't know. Well, my least favorite expansion, you know, obviously the easy answer is Shadowlands, but I don't know if that's true or not. So far, like in recent memory, and like maybe Endgame will change this, but so far Cataclysm is my least favorite expansion. After leveling up a hunter, like spending a lot of time recently leveling up a hunter, like Cataclysm has kind of become my least favorite expansion. It's straddling a weird point in time between like modern WoW and classic WoW, and it makes the whole experience worse. Both classic and modern are far superior to Cataclysm, because it's just hovering in this strange like middle area where it's basically not doing either thing right. It's not being classic the right way, and it's not being modern the right way. It's just this weird, it's like old modern so far. And maybe getting into Endgame and doing the 80 to 85 stuff will change my mind. But just like leveling up a character and how that felt, it feels bad. It's not like a super enjoyable experience from a gameplay perspective. If you're having fun reading the quest like I was and stuff like that, then I guess it's okay, but gameplay wise, not so much. I didn't mind Dragonflight. I think it was like, I think it was Taliesin who made this comparison that like it almost feels like maybe Dragonflight is gonna be the Hobbit to the World Soul Saga. And if Dragonflight is like the Hobbit was to the Lord of the Rings trilogy, if that's what Dragonflight is for the World Soul Saga, then Dragonflight is good. Because Dragonflight did not feel like very much like core Warcraft storytelling. It didn't really feel like core Warcraft characters. It felt like very different, okay? We don't need to get into like any of the specifics, so like why I didn't really like how the story played out or how like everything was basically a soap opera drama. But if Dragonflight is the Hobbit to the World Soul Saga, then Dragonflight was perfect. I think we need to make this guy move. I could be wrong, but I remember like him having to do stuff for us, so I'm gonna talk to him because nobody else did. Dragonflight did a lot of great things for the game, like doing the talent rework, some of the technology changes they made to the skyboxes and stuff. Like Dragonflight, it like also like establishing a content cadence that gives us lots of content to play. Like Dragonflight did a lot of really good things for WoW. I don't know that it's like the best expansion ever, but it did a lot of really good things for the game in a time when the game really needed it.
This with me. Soon all will be revealed. Okay then. Let's do this. Now keep an eye out. I'll have this linked in 2 shakes of a...
Warning. Lifeform pattern not recognized. Archival processing terminated. Continued interference will result in targeted response.
I didn't mind Shadowlands at launch.
We might have a complication.
Like the core campaign of Shadowlands was okay. It didn't like bother me. The problem with Shadowlands was like mainly there was no content for Shadowlands. And then when they put Korthia out, I knew I was kind of like done with it.
That's just my game.
Yeah, Korthia for me kind of, because I hated the mall. I never spent a lot of time in the mall. It was just kind of a barren place that I didn't want to be. And then they released Korthia, and Korthia was like the same exact thing. And I was like, okay, I already didn't like the maw, and now you're finally giving me expansion like patch content, but the patch content takes me somewhere that I have no desire to be. And then in 9.2, I really loved the 9.2 zone. That place was really pretty, the music was really awesome, you could just kind of like sink into a flow of running around and doing stuff there. You could get immersed in it and just kind of chill. So yeah, the 9.2 zone was good. It's just that by then the game was so bad. And there's lots of reasons why Shadowlands was bad. Some of it was storytelling, some of it was that COVID was going on and that screwed up workflow, so they couldn't put out the same amount of content. I still believe that the story they wanted to tell with Shadowlands did not get told. Like, I believe that there was a completely different story about the jailer that we just didn't see, that we'll never know about.
What's the good news?
Yeah, and then in Dragonflight does kind of have the other problem where, like, there's so much content coming out all the time that you don't even know what to do. Yeah. I remember when Dragonflight was first out, like, I skipped the first, like, minor patch. Because I thought, like, whatever, it's a minor patch, no big deal. It's like, no, there's story stuff you have to do. And so, like, I skipped the first minor patch thinking, like, oh, you know, there's not going to be anything to do. I don't really have to play a minor patch. And, like, I immediately got behind in Dragonflight story. Because I just didn't realize, like, how much content was actually going to come out. Now I know what to expect from War Within. Now I know, like, a minor patch comes out, you have to log in and play it. Because it's going to have, like, at least some relevant story bits that you're going to want to work through. Whereas, obviously, coming from Shadowlands, that was not something I was used to.
So that was the problem. Now I'm making progress.
Critical threat index. Void analysis.
I would love for them to come into this dungeon and just replace this entire scenario with a single boss we could fight, you know? Is this not everyone's least favorite dungeon in this expansion? Like, is this not everyone's least favorite 5-man fight? This has been boring people for like 15 years. And I wish they would just come in here and change it. Like, here's a big giant golem to fight instead. There you go, good job. You face tanked it. Yeah, just this fight. Yeah, just this encounter is bad. Right. Maybe not the dungeon. The dungeon's fine. It's just like this encounter is the most boring encounter that you could possibly think about. Everybody knows it. It's not a secret. Or just cut the time in half. Like maybe there's half as many pulls. Half as many pulls here would be like a little bit more digestible. You didn't like the level squash? You know, WoW needed a level squash though. Like honestly, 120 levels, like if you leveled up a character in BFA, leveling 120 levels was just like, it was too much. Weird, it felt weird because you got abilities like super quickly, you were leveling all the time, but you weren't really getting talent points all the time, like... I feel like for leveling the talent squish was good, or the level squish was good, just from like a leveling up a character perspective. Nobody wants to think about 120 levels, and at that point it would have been 130 levels. If they hadn't squashed the leveling, then you'd be leveling to 130 in Shadowlands. Nobody wants that. It sucks when they have to squish numbers, because for some people that makes it feel like they're like deleting your progress or something, you know what I mean? So I kind of get why people are against number squishes and level squishes from like that perspective, but at the same time, when a game lives for so long, like if you don't squish numbers eventually, you're gonna have numbers that are way out of control. And they've had to squish numbers a couple of times. But that was the first time that they just realized, like, nobody wants to get into a game, like, as a new player and hear, oh, you have to level to 120. That's a big turnoff. And then someone says, well, you gotta level to 120, but listen, it happens really, really, really fast. It'll be really quick. And then you're like, okay, if it's really quick, it's not meaningful. Why do I even have to level up?
Defenseless in order to facilitate assimilation.
Yeah, they just had to make it more digestible for someone to think about having to get to level 50 or 60 instead of like 130. That's all. You felt like they were killing your progress. Yeah, like, it's always going to happen in a game like this. They're always going to have to squish numbers, you know. One day you're going to be dealing 10,000 damage a hit, and then like in expansion later you're going to be dealing 1,000 damage a hit. Like, yeah, unfortunately there's not really like a way around it. Not in an MMO. Like in a single player game you can let numbers like keep growing. You can let numbers grow infinitely. But it seems like in a game like this you have to have like numbers you can kind of control. I don't look at any of my numbers in the game anymore. Like, I don't look at how much health I have. I don't care about how much damage my hits do. Like, the only version of the game where I felt that any of those numbers were meaningful was Classic Era. That's the only version of the game where I thought, like, I wanted to see how much damage every hit did. I wanted to see how much stuff hit me for. Like, that was the only version of the game where I felt like it, like, super mattered. Like, how much HP you have, how much damage you deal per swing. Like, after like, BC, like, to me, it just matters less and less anyway. So when they squish my numbers, like, I don't even notice it. I'm like, okay, so I'm dealing the same percentage, basically. So it's fine. But I'm not really like a big numbers person, so like all these numbers that pop up, like I don't look at any of this stuff. I just ignore it. It doesn't mean anything to me. When it says 4400 crit, I'm like, oh cool, a 4400 crit. Like, I don't know. That's probably okay.
Data suggests that if it is for global combat, now you designated locally. Neutralized all remaining Aesir
And then once you have a damage meter, you're really just looking over here to compare yourself to other people. Like, you're not even really looking at the numbers themselves anymore. You're just like, how am I doing compared to other people? And that's giving you more actionable information anyway.
Sounds like a nasty cat. Glad we don't have to worry about the likes of him anymore. So if I'm understanding,
I hope you all rot.
eventually woke up.
Like right now, I don't know any of my hits or my crits, but I know that I'm underperforming.
Turned them into problems,
And that's really all I need to know.
at least to our ancestors.
All I need to know is I am underperforming.
Is correct.
Well, now that's a lot to digest. I'm gonna need some time to take this in. Thank you.
Acknowledged, Brad Bronson. Session terminated.
Just don't underperform. It's that easy, right? Just get good. Be good at the game. It's really simple. You just need to be better. Yeah, I know. Obviously. Just get good. I play too many versions of the game to ever get good, unfortunately. Maybe one day that won't always be the case. I always tell myself, next expansion I'll get good. Next expansion I'll take it seriously. Next expansion I'll get good at the game. So far it hasn't happened. It's been 20 years. One day they'll mash every version of the game together. That's called modern. One day there will just be modern WoW again. Yeah. One day you'll just be playing World of Warcraft and it'll be the game that it is, and maybe one day there won't be 17 different versions of the game. different seasons of the game, different cycles of the game, different progression servers of the game. Like one day maybe you'll just be playing WoW again, and maybe one day when you're just playing WoW again, WoW will actually be really good, and it'll be worth playing, and it'll appeal to all kinds of different players. You know, like one day. I'm ready for War Within to be amazing and just like really suck me in and just like keep me playing and playing and playing. Like I'm ready for that. Anytime they want to make enough content and make it good enough, I am super ready to get stuck into like one version of the game where I can maybe potentially actually get good at it and understand what's happening. So I'm hoping that War Within is that expansion. We'll see. We're gonna find out soon because beta is gonna start soon. Beta's probably going to start within the next month for War Within. I think I'm going to play the crap out of beta. Whereas typically I don't do that. Is one day here in the room with us? Am I'm delusional? That's what you're telling me? Yeah, I mean, I don't doubt it. I'm gonna roll on that. That seems good for me at level 77. I can't even equip it yet. You don't need to be good. That's what add-ons are for, obviously. Yeah. No, now there's just add-ons that will tell people at a glance how actually bad you are. Now there's add-ons where they'll hover over you and they'll know all of your logs. They'll know your world ranking. They'll know every single thing about you. It'll probably even be automatically linked to your social media pages, so they can go make fun of you on the internet too for being such a bad WoW player and having such shitty parses. Like now there's add-ons that tell you how bad people are. There's some that help you play the game. You have to be using the ones that help you play the game so that the ones that reveal how bad you are don't show the full extent of it. It's integrated with LinkedIn, right, yeah. It's super anti-new player. Oh yeah, listen. All add-ons are anti-new player. Anything that requires you to go outside the game, go to a different interface, download a different interface, go into that interface, search for things, download them, install them, get into the game, set them up, organize them, learn about how to use them. Every single add-on that exists is anti-new player. In the sense that a player has to literally do research to find out not only what add-ons they should use, but how to get them installed, how to get them set up. If it's something like LVUI, then you're downloading some profiles as well that other people on the internet are using, so you can like have your stuff look like their stuff. Same thing with weak auras. Yeah, it's all anti-new player. The way to be more accessible to new players is to make add-ons, just to get rid of add-ons. Just to completely get rid of add-ons. But unfortunately, like, that's never going to happen, obviously. The whole way they design the game now at the highest level is taken for granted that everyone playing at the highest level is going to be using those add-ons. WoW isn't a new player-friendly game with or without add-ons. It's not really set up to be, no. There's a lot they could do to make it more like that, but it's not. Was this the last boss here? Is this it? Are we done? I think that was it. No one's left. Maybe not. No one's left the group yet. Oh, there's some quests to turn in. Let's go turn in the quest. Yeah, WoW was not a super, like, new player-friendly game. Part of it is how, like, the experience is organized from, like, a new player perspective. Part of it is all the choices you have and different versions to play. Like, a lot of it is simply the community and the expectations of, like, veteran players or middle ground players and, like, the expectations they have of other people. But that being said, like, you can play WoW alone in a vacuum and not worry about any of that stuff, and, like, you could potentially have a fun time. You just wouldn't be playing the game as designed at that point. Alright, we're so close to 77. I am gonna keep just like, I'm gonna keep us in the queue while we quest. Ska4, hello from Michigan. Welcome to the stream, buddy. Let's turn this quest in, and then we'll see if we don't have any other quests at all, so that's a little bit weird. We can hide details for now. I thought we had a quest for like flour or coal. We had to get some coal from a vendor or something. I don't know. I thought we had like one other quest. Maybe I gotta reload. Questy has given up on me. Yeah, no, still, I need to find a general goods vendor. We need coal and we need something else. My add-ons have just like maybe stopped working completely. My add-ons! They're broke! I can't play the game! Somebody fix my add-ons! See, even I can't play the game when my add-ons aren't working. And I've been playing the game for 20 years. If my add-ons are broke, I don't know what to do. I have quest objectives. I can't even see my quest log is gone. My add-ons are breaking the game. I can't play. I really don't know what happened. My add-ons were working fine. Details still works, and details is all we need right now. What do? Right, I don't know what to do. I'm gonna have to disable Questy apparently. I just updated Questy, so it should be working fine, but obviously it's like not really working that well. I sound like Asmund when he couldn't fix his Bagnon. I can't live without Bagnon. I hope Bagnon's working. Okay, thank God. Yeah, see, there's some add-ons that now even I can't live without. I remember when I was playing Classic on the channel before I used any add-ons. It wasn't until Season of Mastery that you guys got me using add-ons. And now it's over. Now I can't even function. I don't even know how to get a quest completed if I can't see it on the map. It's terrible. Is there level scaling in this? No. Level scaling wasn't introduced until Legion? Maybe WoD? But I think Legion introduced level scaling, didn't it? I don't want to need on that. We're all noobs, but at least most of us live in democracies. So we have that going for us. Ooh, right. Alex, you missed that one. That's okay. Sometimes I like to get them. One of my few joys in the world. The mods have a hard job. They have a hard job in the sense that it's hard to swing the banhammer faster than me. Yeah. I have a policy of, like, if you say something that manages to annoy me, I will just ban you. That's my bar for swinging the banhammer. And so that's why it's hard to compete with that. Because yeah, like anything that annoys me, I don't have any tolerance for it. Zero tolerance. Like most places, it's about acceptance and tolerance. Like here, I have a zero tolerance policy for shit I find annoying. I figure, like, if someone finds me annoying, they can close the stream. So if I find somebody else annoying, I just kick them. In the year I've been doing this, that's been the best way to handle it. And that isn't to say that I don't appreciate trolls. Like, I do appreciate trolls. I appreciate trolls and idiots. You know, because they help out with the algorithm. But once you have outed yourself as a troll or an idiot, I just don't need to ever see you again.
Drakari gonna kill anybody who trespass on these minions of this.
I installed an add-on for intolerance, yes.
My cold thousand fangs gonna rend your flesh. I see now. Scourge was not our greatest enemy.
Oh no, I've never gone this way before. Oh, this is different. Can I get up here? I can, but I bet I can't. Oh, I can fit. Look at that, I fit. Yeah, this was a little bit different. I've never jumped down from that side, so that was fun. And we didn't lose anybody. I'm blowing through this dungeon. Is the group strong or is the game easier? I mean, the game has always been easy. And at this point, like, this is like a leveling dungeon. So, like, leveling dungeons notoriously have just been super easy. Yeah, it's like, it's almost, you gotta think, like, it's not even really supposed to be a challenge. There are harder modes that you could tackle this on, like, back when Wrath was the current expansion, which it's not anymore. So now this is truly just a level up dungeon. But when 80 was the level cap, you could do this on, like, a triple times difficulty. If you really wanted a challenge, you'd be doing this at level 80 on, they called it the Gamma Protocol. Heroic plus. So there was a way in a mode to make these, like, challenging, but this is just a level up dungeon. It's not meant to be hard. It's just mindless button pushing. You're basically, you're farming it for experience to get the character leveled up. And, like, if you're a numbers-driven person, then you're competing with yourself and maybe with other people to see, like, what your DPS output is. Like, mainly just competing with yourself. But yeah, not intended to be hard.
I'm gonna spill your guts, man.
Yeah, there's lots of places to find challenge in the game. If you want challenging content, it's out there in some version of the game. But this is not it. Was that the last boss? Oh, that was the last boss. Okay, okay.
Be careful, man.
Do I need any of this stuff? Yeah, I think this is an upgrade. There we go. I gotta turn the music down a little bit in my ears, and I'll turn it up a little bit in OBS so you guys can still hear it. It's just a little bit loud for me. Okay, that's it. We're getting these dungeon pops really fast. I'm assuming like people trying to level up their alts like last minute like I am. I guess mainly people are just running dungeons to do that. Seems like kind of an effective way to do it.
What can I do for you?
Slay 8 Silverbrook Hunters. Okay. Yeah, the average wait time for DPS is 3 minutes. That's actually crazy. So that must be all that people are doing. Is just spamming dungeons. We need coal and we need flour. I'm just not sure where we're getting it. We're not getting it the trade goods. Maybe somewhere there's like a general goods?
What can I help you with?
No. Here we go.
Loktar.
And then where would I get coal? Maybe a blacksmithing vendor, maybe? I guess we'll just do another dungeon. Guess we won't worry about it.
Glory.
Aha. There it is.
May your blades never dull.
Was Cata when they moved the quest givers into the dungeons? Did that happen with the pre-patch? Because I feel like these guys used to be like outside the dungeons. Not having like consistent AoE is kind of like the only bad part of this spec. We just don't have a lot of like consistent AoE damage.
Should be grateful, but I long ago lost the capacity.
I have a quest to pick stuff up. Oh god, so does everybody. Oh wait, destroy them. Okay, so we're all getting credit for destroying them. Oh, that's good. Spin to win? Absolutely. I could headbutt my keyboard and we'd be fine. Yeah.
Have been great. Quickly, the forces, their deal is complete.
Like, this is when being able to whirlwind would be fun. I guess I could always do this. I could just pop into Fury Stance in those situations and just whirlwind. Oh, even whirlwind, I can't even spam whirlwind. I have no consistent like AoE. I can't spam anything. Good to know. Can you go into the Cata content at level 78? Or do you have to be level 80? You know, like Outland you go into at 58, Northrend you go into at 68. Do they continue that? I always worry I'm gonna die on that fall. I'm like, this is the time. This is the time I clip something and die. Hasn't happened yet.
Eternal agony awaits you!
Welcome to the second most annoying 5-man boss fight of this expansion.
Come forth, my brethren, my Loka, feast on their flesh.
The Halls of Stone encounter, the one we did a bit ago with the laser beam eyes, that's the most annoying boss fight of the expansion. This anything time gated, anything that says like X amount of time has to pass or dude has to go through X amount of phases before you can kill him, like anything like that gets really tedious after like the first or second time you've done it. You're just like, okay, we have the DPS, I wish we could just kill this guy. But instead he has to work through his phases. Jason, I appreciate that. That's a little late. It's a little late on that feedback. Shit. Words are hard. I don't know what to say. I'll check it out. But you're only like 30 episodes late for that feedback. Jesus. That could explain a few things. Let's see. I mean, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. And unfortunately, like, I'm not going to retroactively go back and fix it. I'm going to fix it on some of them. Shit. Thank you, man. I really appreciate you. And everybody else who's been watching the series whose brain auto-corrected it, and you never told me, just like my brain auto-corrected it, like, this is why you have an editor. Like, I don't have an editor, so... But you're totes right. I'm gonna correct it on some of the... I'm gonna correct it on the episode 1, and I'm gonna correct it on the ones that come out after today. You just noticed yesterday. Yeah, hell, everyone's been watching it. No one has said a thing. And usually the internet is ripe to jump on stuff like that. I wish I had heard about it sooner. Yeah, I can't word well. I can word well in like a word processing program that like underlines my mistakes immediately for me. But apparently not in any other situation. That's hilarious. I can get rid of that. I can fix it easy. There's never going to be the word episode again, and there's just going to be numbers. Let's do it like that. Thanks, man. I appreciate you. That's a problem for future Robert to deal with. Boop. You can't spell either? Yeah, but you're not putting thumbnails up on the internet, are you? With grievous misspellings of simple words.
What's be on your mind? Be seeing ya.
I should have played it off like I knew. Oh yeah, I did it on purpose to see who would notice. It's obviously intentional. You guys are the ones that can't read. Because you guys didn't notice it until now. So really, it's not something that I did wrong, it's something that you did wrong. For not being able to read. Cool. I got you guys, right? I got you. Obviously, you just did it on purpose to see how long it would take you to notice. It took you 30 episodes to notice. That's unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Let's pop ourselves back in the queue, shall we? Let's see, what episodes of that series still have to go out? Like, how many episodes do I have left to publish? Let's see, 31 went out, 32, 3, 4, 5, 6. About 7 more episodes that I will go fix. Starting with 32. Okay, starting with 32. Okay, now I know where to start. It's funny though. Like obviously every time I looked at it, my brain just like auto-corrected the word like blip. Okay, that's close enough to the word episode. It says episode, and that's apparently what everybody on the internet, what their brain did too. I wish someone had like flamed me in a YouTube comment, you know, like maybe like 10 or 15 episodes in. Would have been pretty cool. Dude doesn't know how to spell episode. Got no right on YouTube. And then I get canceled because I can't do words. I guess I could try to get some quests done while we wait the 3 minutes between queues. Canceled for it's not. I don't think it's just a single letter though. I think it's like a. It's just like a totally like grievous misspelling. I don't know if is it only one letter off? Episode. Oh yeah. It's just it's an extra E at the end. Is that what's going on? See, I still don't know. No, that's not it either. No, see, I still my brain still can't see what's wrong with it. Hold on. It's a D. There's an extra D where it doesn't belong. Okay, I see it now. See, at first my brain still couldn't find what was wrong with it. It was still like, no, that's right. No, it's right. It's fine. It looks good. It's totally fine. It's an extra D. Who puts an extra D in episode? Unforgivable. Yeah, you notice because there was a visual difference, right? Like one thumbnail that has the same format looked one way, one thumbnail with the same format looked a different way, right? You had a visual comparison, like side by side thumbnails. Yeah, because no one else has noticed it. Like I never would have noticed. That's actually really funny. Wait, where are these guys? Where are my people? Can I get up there? Can I sneak by these guys? Oh, I'm gonna aggro something. Okay, we're good. I will never have the word episode in the thumbnail again. Now I'm episode traumatized. We're just gonna have the part number going forward. I'll probably just stop putting part numbers too, just in case, because I could probably fat finger the numbers also. There'll be like an extra D between the numbers. I should probably just like stop putting numbers or words. I should probably stop putting anything in the thumbnail that requires me to type. Would probably be a good idea. You guys look for the number. Yeah, so maybe just having the number. I don't even want to put the numbers in anymore. I guess I have to. Like visually, for visual clarity, it helps to put the numbers in. But when it comes, unfortunately with YouTube, when it comes to someone like deciding to click on a video or not, most of the time, if you have like a high episode number on a video, unless someone has been like really dedicated to watching the entire series, like no one's gonna click on it. Whereas if you choose not to put a number on your thumbnail, that might entice some more people to click on it just based on what the thumbnail looks like. So it's like, for me as a creator, it kind of sucks to have to consider dumb shit like that. Like, I have to think, like, do I want to get rid of the numbering so that, like, somebody might give my videos a chance if it pops up in their feed? Whereas if they see, like, part 15, they're never going to click it because they haven't seen parts 1 through 14. So yeah, I have to constantly consider, like, stuff like that. Like, do I want to get rid of numbers to possibly bring more people into the community? Or do I just keep numbering my episodes, like, for sensibility's sake? It's a tough one. Obviously, since I can barely type, I should just remove all typing from any of my thumbnails. Like, I've failed at it, so... You think that seeing there are that many episodes might hook people in? You would think that could happen, but in my experience as a creator, it's the opposite. So I'm sure that happens sometimes. I think like what happens is like when people look at the playlist and they see that the playlist has a lot of episodes, then if they've gone that far to look at the playlist, then it could entice them. But if it's just a video that's popping up and someone suggested, and they're just like, they look at it, maybe the art looks cool, like, oh, that's interesting, I like WoW, but they're like, oh, episode 30, like, whatever, I'm not in for all that. Maybe I just wanted to check out a WoW video. So, like, on the one hand, like, the number of episodes could help somebody if they are looking at the playlist and that's what they're in for, is like a long journey. But if you're just a casual YouTube person who's viewing YouTube and I pop up in your feed, and what pops up as a high episode number, there's not a really big chance that you click on that. Not my data shows that mostly it's not going to get clicked on. Anything over, like, for my channel, anything over 15 episodes, that's when you see, like, a big drop off in the amount of people that are going to click on that video. 15 episodes seems to be like that people's attention span like lasts for about that long, and then after that, not really. What I've been trying to do is I've been trying with the leveling content, I've been trying to do longer videos so that there's the same amount of content overall, but it's just spread across a lower number of videos. It's almost like, it's like a psychological trick, because like the playtime is still going to be the same, but instead of having 30 episodes, it'll be 15, which is just a more digestible number, I think, for most people. Blame the real culture? Yeah, I blame the other parts of the internet, yeah. There's a lot of blame. I have to blame myself because if the content is not interesting, like if it were interesting content, people would continue watching it. So I kind of have to just like blame myself at some point. It's I will say, besides reading the quest, it's hard to make Cataclysm leveling content interesting. You know what I mean? Because, like, the combat ain't much. You don't have to consider a lot. You don't have to work on professions while you level up. It's not going to matter. There's a lot of stuff in Cataclysm leveling that just simply does not matter. So it's not easy to make content that's super interesting for Cataclysm leveling. There's so many less things that you have to think about. And when there's less things to consider, it's less interesting to play, and it's probably less interesting to watch. So, like, I want to read all the quests, but besides reading the quest, there's not much that I'm getting out of it as a player. The funny thing is, like, as far as, like, ease of combat, right? Like, as far as, like, how easy combat is, Cataclysm and Retail are about the same. However, Retail classes are more interesting than Cataclysm classes. And Retail classes have a lot more going on as far as, like, mechanics and stuff. So pushing buttons in Retail in the same exact content is more interesting. It's more interesting in Retail than it is in Cataclysm. Because in Cataclysm, while you're leveling up, your class is kind of boring. Whereas in Retail, while you're leveling up, like, things are easy, combat is easy, you're not under any threat, but your button pushing is more interesting and more varied. I've leveled lots of Retail characters through the old world content. And, like, that's how it feels to me. Is like, they're both easy in the sense that, like, you're gonna kill stuff easily. But playing through that stuff in modern WoW, like, the button pushing is more fun. I don't feel like it maybe like right now, like on this character at level 77, my button pushing is fun. But look at the Hunter at like level 40. Hunter at level 40, button pushing, not fun. Not fun. The buttons are not fun to push. So like maybe it's the class, but I feel like it's just like leveling. The classes while leveling are not as fun to play. And they probably get fun later. Like I said, I feel like in Cataclysm, the fun shifted all of it to endgame. Like, you're gonna have fun at endgame. What about leveling? You're gonna have fun at endgame. And I think that was like a big shift that happened in Cataclysm. Was just the complete acceptance that like most of the fun was gonna happen at endgame. And that the fun was not supposed to happen while leveling up. It's like leveling became a chore, and it became like very obvious. It became very obvious that it was a chore to get through. Go to a zone that's 3 or 4 higher than my tune. I do end up fighting enemies that are a few levels higher than me. It doesn't matter. I still kill them super quickly. Yeah, we fought orange enemies quite a few times, and even when fighting orange level enemies, we're still killing them. And I'm not like super interested in like really going artificially out of my way to create any kind of engaging content. If I'm fighting yellow and orange enemies and I'm one-shotting them, like that's a gameplay problem. It's not my problem to solve. You know what I mean? Like I did make sure that we weren't only focusing green quest. I didn't zone hop. I didn't jump continents to stay ahead of the leveling curve. Like I went from zone to zone. And quite a few times we do end up fighting yellow and orange enemies. It simply doesn't matter. We're still killing them in a couple of boring button pushes. Like and like I said, I don't feel like it's necessarily my job to go super far out of my way to try to make like every combat interesting. Like that's a gameplay problem. Shit, we fought a couple of red enemies. I fought red enemies that like in classic era would just kill you. And it doesn't matter. They hit you, you don't get hurt, you kill them in 3 button pushes. It's like a red enemy, it's like 5 or 6 levels above us. So I have done that several times. We're definitely not, like for a lot of the playthrough, especially higher up in levels, we're not fighting green enemies, we're fighting like yellow, orange, and sometimes red. It just doesn't matter. The enemies are not designed with enough attack power or enough HP to have them like be interesting to fight on basically any class, I don't think. And that might change a little bit as you get into like Outland, as you get into like Northrend, maybe it changes a little bit, I'm not sure. But the 1 to 60, like the old world stuff is just like there's no challenge. And it's designed that way. Remember when leveling was the game? Yeah, like a couple years ago when we were playing Classic. Like when we were playing Hardcore like 6 months ago, leveling was the game, yeah. And I don't need leveling to be the only part of the game. I don't need leveling to be the biggest part of the game, but I think that while you are leveling, like that should still feel like gameplay. Ideally, your leveling would still feel like gameplay. And it's really interesting to me that it feels more like gameplay in modern WoW, with as much shit as people give modern WoW for being like, oh, it's so easy, you just fly through levels, kill everything. Like, it's much more interesting to level up in modern WoW than to level up 1 to 60 in Cataclysm. It's just because the classes in modern are more fun to play. Like, the class design is more interesting. Like, a point of comparison, like, every time I got a talent point on my Cata Hunter, I just didn't care. I was like, oh, good, another talent point that I don't need. Every time I get a talent point on a retail character, I can't choose. They're all so good. Every talent is so good, I don't even know what to pick. I want all of them. And so that's like a huge difference for me. Like, every time I read a modern WoW talent, I want all the talents. Reading through my Hunter's talent tree, I didn't really care about any of the talents. They didn't matter to me. This is not an upgrade? Okay. Yeah, leveling should be fun, but it's when there's no challenge and there's no engagement, it's not fun. Like, I get to have fun because like one of my objectives is simply to read all the quests and see all the quests. So like I get to have fun in the way that I'm determining is fun. But as far as like pushing my buttons, it hasn't been. Is Cataclysm Classic better than everyone says? No, it's not. I don't know what people say. My experience, like, just leveling up in Cata has been very, like, mediocre. Yeah, it's been like a bleh. It's like, okay, I get to read the quests and stuff, that's fine, but overall it's not been a great experience. There's just, like, problems with it, like, you know, even while you're leveling up in the zones do not feel as good as they used to. Every single change they made in Cataclysm, none of the changes added to the zones. Everything that they added, like, took away. It, like, took away from the feel of all the zones. That's, like, the biggest problem. Even though some of the story beats are interesting, like, if you read the quest, some of the story beats are interesting. But in order to get that stuff in, and when they made those changes, they stripped away a lot of what felt really good about the game. Basically, all the zones stop feeling like a world that exists that you're having adventures in, and all of the zones start to feel like a video game level with video game level stuff happening. Like, oh, there's this battle happening that just keeps going forever. Oh, there's a tornado over here happening that just happens forever. Like, it stopped feeling like a place that just existed where you could, like, get immersed and, like, explore. And just started feeling like video game levels. Video game levels that you just have to get through. You know, you have to get through them to get to the real content. And they determined the real content for WoW was going to be endgame stuff. Did these guys reset? Oh, they didn't reset. They just got deranged on me. And they morbed out. It's very linear play. Yeah. And the linearity would not have bothered me if the zones still retained their vibe. Like, the idea of going from one zone to the next, to the next, to the next without having to, like, continent hop all the time, that's okay. but the reworks stripped away a lot of the charm that made the classic zones what they were. And then, like, when you combine the increase to your character's power level with the talent tree revamps that happened in Cata, it kind of, like, it makes your talent choices not matter. Like, you don't care about your talent choices because right out of the gate, you are super survivable, you are super powerful, you can take hits, you can kill things in a couple of hits, and so right away, like, you just don't really care about the benefits that you're getting from your talent tree because you don't need those benefits to succeed at leveling up. Like, when you're looking at your talents, you are viewing them through the scope of, like, what's going to be useful to me at endgame? What's going to be useful to me in actual hard content? Whereas, like, in other versions of WoW, you're looking at your talents and saying, what's going to help me while I level up? What do I need to take so that my leveling up is smoother, so that I'm stronger against these enemies? In Cataclysm, it doesn't matter. Like, you're already super strong. You don't need to be any stronger than you already are base. And so, like, even the consideration of what talent I should pick is, like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Pick any talent. Pick no talent. Let all of your talent points sit there. It's not going to affect your gameplay. So that kind of stuff has been not great. But then if you're a classic player, like, what's your alternative? What's your alternative as a classic player right now? Like, you can play Cataclysm, or you can go play SOD. And SOD is a cesspit. SOD is an absolute broken cesspit. And so, like, as a classic player right now, like, you don't really have a lot of options if you want to be playing with other humans. Like, you can go back and play on an era server, but it's going to be dead. No one's going to be doing low-level dungeons, and you're not going to really have a fun time ultimately if your goal is to play an MMO. So yeah, I guess I should take this quest. There we go. So yeah, it kind of, like, it's rough. It's rough. I feel bad for people that, like, don't play retail at all. For people that are just, like, they're classic Andes. They only play classic. They'll only ever play classic because, you know, like, without any other options, you're kind of being given, like, not a great version of the game to play, because the version of the game that you're playing now in Cataclysm is stuck somewhere between classic and modern. It's not good at being either thing. It's not good at being classic. It's not good at being modern. It's this very, like, middle ground version of the game. It's very strange. Hardcore still going? Yeah, like, hardcore is still going in the sense, same kind of thing, like, in the sense that, like, I can go play on a classic era server. I still have that option. It's just not, like, where there's nobody there, you know? And when there's nobody there, you, in an MMORPG, you just innately start to feel like you shouldn't be there either. Like, when you look around, like, a low-level zone and there's nobody leveling up with you, you're just like, well, damn. What am I doing? It just feels weird. You know, you want to tell yourself, oh, just have fun and play the game the way you want to. But, like, part of what you want inherently, if you're an MMO player, is you want to see other people in the world, even if you're never going to interact with them. Some of my best times were on Bloodsail Buccaneers, where, like, you couldn't interact with people, you weren't even allowed to communicate with people, but you got to see people all the time. There were people everywhere. Every zone you went was full of people leveling up, and it felt great. Even though you couldn't communicate with them and you could only run the dungeons one time, like, it felt good. You couldn't group up in the open world, but it didn't matter because there were people playing the game. And, like, inherently, that's what you want. You want people playing the game. Buffalo Bill, good afternoon, man. 23 months. Jesus. That's a long time. It's almost 2 years, man. Thanks for being here. Hardcore population is very low. Yeah, I think a lot of different versions are very low right now. Like, I heard that SOD servers were kind of low too. Alright, am I done here? I am done here. Let's go turn these in. I never popped myself back in the queue, which was a mistake. I guess I'm going back to chess. Back to chess! I'm gonna take it all the way back. Lever said, thanks for being here. I appreciate you checking out the stream. Like, trust me, I wish that hardcore would pop off again. I've been having the hardcore itch. I've been having the after playing so much Hunter, like I played a lot of the Hunter in a very short period of time, and I recorded like way ahead in a way that I've never done before. And so after playing so much Hunter and Cataclysm, like I have the vanilla itch, man. Like I want my pulls to matter. Like I want my food buff to matter. I want my crafting to matter. I want to need bandages. Like I have the vanilla itch. I have the hardcore itch. But like the fact is, like nobody's playing it. I know I'm gonna get on there and I'm just gonna be like super sad. I'm gonna be super sad that no one's there. We got teleported in and then we got teleported out. And we got teleported out again. Instance is full. I hate it when the instance is full. Okay, we might be getting in. Do more people play Cata than hardcore? Yeah, oh, absolutely. People in WoW only play what is popular on the internet. Yeah, people in WoW, people who play WoW, especially if you play multiple versions of WoW, like if you're just not super attached to one character in one version, like the majority of people who play WoW will play whatever version is popular on the internet. Which means like whatever version the content creators are focusing on at the moment. And they won't play any other version. So yeah, like right now Cata is new, so people are playing Cata. No one's playing SOD, no one's playing Hardcore. Hardcore's been dead for a while. You know. And you know, Mop Remix, people are playing Mop Remix. When War Within comes out, people will be playing that. And so that's kind of how it is. You just kind of have to roll with... If you want to be playing with lots of other people around you, you either have to always be playing retail and only retail. And you have to be playing... If you're playing retail, you have to be playing it at endgame to have people around. Or you just play whatever's popular on the interwebs. There's got to be a subset of population playing hardcore. Yes. Oh yeah, of course. There are always people playing all versions of WoW. But it's like, yeah, there will be like 12 people playing. You know? There will always be people playing hardcore because the servers exist. There will always be people playing classic era because the servers exist. There will always be people playing SOD because the servers exist. If the Season of Mastery servers still existed, there would probably still be people playing Season of Mastery. But the thing is, it's not a lot of people. It's not enough people to make you feel like the world is alive. It's not enough people to do like low-level content. It's just not enough. Like a subset of people is not enough people. Yeah, you don't like retail and you want to play games. You don't want to play games that no one plays, so you have to play Cataclysm. That was what I was saying. Is that it must be rough to be a classic only player right now, because you are stuck with Cataclysm. You don't have a choice. Like Cataclysm is now the only version of the game that you can play until SOD Phase 4 comes out, and then you'll have the horrible choice to go back and play SOD Phase 4.
Will send out some of his scourge,
and then that'll die, and then you'll be back in Cataclysm.
Those of you with the strongest steel and magic shall go forth and destroy them. I will lead the rest of my forces in purging Strathmore.
The interesting thing is, like, Cataclysm and SOD are both gonna die before there's anything else new to do in Classic. And I feel like this is a design intention that's purposeful. I feel like they want both, like, I think they want both SOD and Cata to kind of run their course before War Within comes out, because I think what they really want is to get people into a version of the game where, like, the average people can spend more money. Like, they really want everyone to be playing retail, because retail is where the money's at for them. So I feel like they're kind of, like, setting up a scenario where by the time War Within comes out, people will have played Cata and they'll be over it. People will have played SOD Phase 4, they'll be over it. And there won't be any other classic option for people to do, so I think they want people to come back in, and they want people back in retail. That's really what it seems like when I think about, like, the release schedule. And how quickly people get sick of shit these days. Like, people will be done with Cataclysm so fast. Just like people were just raid logging in SOD Phase 3 so fast, because they didn't, there's nothing else they wanted to do, nothing else to do. Time for WoW Classic Reboot 2. Yeah, that would just be a progression server. Yeah, like just opening up a progression server that starts back in vanilla era and letting that run its course up to the end of Wrath of the Lich King. Yeah, they could, but they're not going to do that. Cuz they would much rather see if you'll just go back and play retail. Cuz in retail they have more opportunities to sell you things. With retail they have more opportunities to create more engagement. There are more engagement opportunities in retail. And so ultimately they would probably rather have players playing that. And so if they can really create a release schedule that really leaves you with no new to play in Classic, then like some people will go back to retail. They'll go back to where other people are playing the game, and they'll go back to where there's actually new content.
Playtime.
You thought SA would be the perfect augmentation to Classic? Keep a Classic feel with better QOL? Yeah, well, SOD became a cesspit for min-maxers, like, basically right away. Like, basically right away. Like, by Phase 2 and Phase 3, like, especially noticeable... noticeable in Phase 2, but also, like, super noticeable by Phase 3 is, like, SOD just became a cesspit of min-maxers. It had not... It stopped feeling like Classic, like, pretty much immediately. Phase 1 felt pretty okay. Phase 1 felt pretty okay. It felt like a Classic journey. As soon as the way to level up most efficiently was not doing quest, that was the end of SOD. Being Classic, you know, feeling Classic. As soon as the preferred way to level up was to stand at Scarlet Monastery and run dungeons all day long, it stopped being Classic, and it became something else. And so that was pretty early. What do I think Blizzard needs to do to make Cataclysm good? There's no way, I mean, like, what part of it? Because, like, they're never gonna make leveling good. Leveling's always gonna be bad. And I don't know what the end game is like. So the end game could, the point is, like, the end game of Cataclysm could be fun for some people. But if it is fun for some people, it's going to be short-lived fun. And it's going to run its course. And people are going to devour the content very quickly. They are going to be releasing the content very quickly. So the release schedule for Cataclysm, they are going to have released all the raids by January of 2025. So by the new year, like, all the Cata content that's going to exist will be in the game already. And people will devour it, they'll clear it, they'll get bored of it, and then there will be no more Cata content to do. And so, like, and as far as making, like, leveling good, like, they don't care. They're never going to make leveling fun. They're never going to make leveling good. Like, leveling was best in vanilla. Leveling was okay in Burning Crusade, and it was okay in Wrath of the Lich King, but the leveling part of the game being fun, like, that happened in vanilla, and then it just kind of got worse and worse. A Cata is going to be exactly what it is. It's basically, think of Cataclysm as a limited time event. It's a limited time event. It's going to be around for less than a calendar year. And then it's going to have run its course. If the last raid releases in January of 2025, anybody who wants to clear that raid, who seriously wants to clear the raid, will probably have cleared the raid by March. February or March. Even if you're like the slowest person alive to gear up, even if you don't have a guild and you only rely on pugs, any person who seriously wants to kill all the raid bosses in Cataclysm will probably have that done by February. And then what? What do you do after that? You've killed every raid boss, congratulations. Now I guess you wait for Mista Pandaria Classic. How do you make that fun or good? I don't know. I don't know if you can. I'm kind of hoping that sometime around when people are getting, like, bored of Classic and bored of SOD, maybe we'll see a hardcore resurgence. Maybe hardcore will have another time to shine. Once people have let Cataclysm run its course, once SOD servers are going to shut down, like once all that stuff is done, once we can start to move on from SOD and move on from Cat, like maybe hardcore gets another go. That would be my ideal scenario. Is if we can get like a hardcore resurgence, so that, like, you know, there's something in classic era to do. Or I guess for me, they can just make War Within so good and just give me so much cool stuff to do in War Within that maybe I don't care anymore. As someone who plays all versions of the game, like, that'd be okay with me. If they just made War Within really freaking good, then I could just play that.
You are too late, champion of Lordaeron.
But if you're just a classic player and that's all you want to do is play classic, you're probably in for some hard times, like after January of next year. No, they're never gonna make a new expansion for Classic. Yeah, they're never gonna do that. That would it just takes so much development. You know what I mean? You have to spend a lot of resources to make a full expansion. If you're talking about making like 5 zones, 8 dungeons, 4 raids, like that takes a lot of development time. They're never gonna spend that development time on Classic. You know, the only thing you can hope for is that they're gonna release Mist of Pandaria. Some people like Mist. They're gonna release Warlords of Draenor. Some people like that. They're gonna release Legion Classic. A lot of people like Legion. They're just gonna keep releasing the expansions, and like some of the expansions are gonna do better than others. But eventually, I think they're just gonna exhaust people's appetite for it. As we get closer and closer to retail, like people are just gonna be sitting there thinking like, well, why don't I just go play Modern WoW? Like if I'm playing Warlords of Draenor Classic, why don't I just go play Modern? Why am I playing Warlords of Draenor Classic? What am I doing with my life? Eventually everyone will have that moment. If they keep releasing the expansions, and some people it happened for them with Cata. For some people it'll be Mist to Pandaria. But when playing through the Classic expansions, everyone's gonna have that moment where they think, what the f*** am I doing? Playing Classic, insert expansion here. It's gonna happen to everybody.
Follow me. I know the way through.
There's Turtle WoW. Yeah, there's always Turtle WoW. I've never played on a private server, but yeah. There are other options for people, I suppose. That's true. It'd be a lot better if they just did like progression servers. That way you knew you were gonna fire through content, and then it was gonna reset, and they were gonna fire through content, and then it was gonna reset. It'd probably be better to do that than what they're actually doing. Because what they're actually doing, they're actually trying to make everything seem like a really big release. Like, really big, really important release. Here's the pre-patch, big hype for new Classic release. And so that's only gonna be, like, good for so long. And eventually the better method to do would just be to do a progression server.
Melganis appears to have more than Scourge in his arsenal.
Where you unceremoniously just roll out the content. And let people engage with it where and when they want to. Reclassic. Yeah.
Be ready for anything.
Yeah, that's just like a fresh start progression server, right? Looking forward to fresh start progression server, basically. You can't be. There's nothing to be mad at Blizz about. No, yeah. It's you could. I mean, poor planning. I guess you could say they could have planned the whole Classic experience better. But yeah, you can't really be mad about it. It is what it is, ultimately. And maybe they will do progression servers eventually.
Surrounded in this hole.
Maybe after after Cataclysm would be a good time to stop and try out the idea of like a fresh start classic era progression, you know? Like do a 40% XP increase. Never change it, never increase it. 40% experience increase. You start in vanilla era. Every 6 months the next expansion comes out. And just see how that goes. And that could give you time between Cataclysm and Mist of Pandaria to see, like, do you want to do Mist of Pandaria? Do you want to continue down this road? Or is there a different way? You don't think they'll consider progression servers till after Mist? Yeah, probably not, because some people really love Mist, and they're doing the Mist remix. I was hoping that Mist of Pandaria remix meant that they weren't going to do classic Mist. But a lot of people seem convinced that them doing Mist remix is kind of like wetting people's palate for Mist classic. It seems to me like you don't really need a Mist remix and a Mist classic, but I guess they'll be spread out by like a year or half a year or so.
We'll see.
Yeah, see, that's how most people feel, that the remix is them testing the waters. Like, yeah, I guess I can see that. That's not really what first occurred to me. I thought, like, oh good, we're getting remix. That means we won't have to tolerate Mist Classic. But yeah, it's... yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Yeah, drown us in classic content until we're done with it, until we go back to retail. Yeah, yeah. That was kind of my thought. Like, you know, like, oh, here's SOD, here's classic Cataclysm. Oh, you're starting to get, you're sick of both of those? You're sick of Cata, it's over. You're sick of SOD, it's stupid. Okay, come back and play War Within. Come on, it's like a funnel. It's like a classic is a funnel that either you spill out of the funnel or you get funneled back into retail. Like, I think that's a way to like think about how they're handling classic. Is like classic is creating a funnel, or like ideally they would get people to play retail, to play modern. And so you either fall out of the funnel or you get funneled back into retail. And like in a world where classic does not feel classic anymore, like I'm fine. If they make retail really good, if retail is really good, I'm fine playing retail. Like I play retail now, and retail now is like, it's pretty good. So if War Within is really great and there's lots of stuff to do and the game goes in a good direction like narratively, and if it feels like Warcraft again, then yeah, I would be fine like just having retail to play. If classic is no longer feeling like classic, if it's just feeling like a different version of WoW that lays somewhere between classic and between modern, then if modern is good, I'll just play modern. Because that's where most people are always going to be. If you're looking to play with other people, most people play modern WoW. The majority of WoW players play modern WoW.
Rest a moment.
And so that's where you'll always have people to play with. Which is reassuring on its own. And then if the content is good, and there's a lot of it, then yeah, like why not?
That's enough. We must move again. Well, Gans.
It's the perfect business scheme. Yeah, yeah. Because they brought a lot of people back to WoW with Classic. So ideally, you bring people back to WoW with Classic. Classic runs its course, and since those people are now WoW players, you get those people to go right into retail because they don't really have anywhere else to go. So yeah, it could work. Like, even I have trouble conceptually with caring about endgame in Classic. I didn't do really any endgame in Wrath of the Lich King. I was a little late to the party trying to do endgame in Burning Crusade. Like, I just have a hard time conceptually really caring about endgame in Classic. Just because of the nature of the fact that it's a re-release, the nature of the fact that it's not the modern version of the game, it's not the version of the game that's going to continue forward into the future. Like, I've always had a hard time, like, thinking about dedicating time, energy, effort to doing any endgame. Because I'm like, if I'm going to do endgame stuff, why don't I just go into retail and do all my endgame there? My character in retail gets to proceed to the next new expansion. I get to see new stuff and new raids and new 5-mans. And in Classic, like, none of that's true. Everything I see in Classic is going to be something that I've seen before, something that's existed before. So, once Classic no longer feels like Classic, it does get hard conceptually to imagine spending a lot of time, like, playing the endgame stuff. I think this is why some Classic players tell themselves that eventually there will be a Classic Plus. So that they can have some kind of idea that, like, oh, eventually my Classic character is going to have new adventures. Eventually my Classic character is going to go see things that no one has seen before. I think that's why people kind of cling to that idea.
And meet me in the Arctic land of Northrend. It is there that we shall settle the score between us. It is there that your true
I'll hunt you to the ends of the earth if I have to.
Yeah, it's wishful thinking. Yeah, I don't think there's ever going to be a Classic expansion. I don't think we're ever going to see a Classic expansion.
Well this day. Anything that Mal'Ganis has left behind is yours. Take it as your reward.
And if we were going to see a Classic expansion, it'd be like it'd be probably off of the 1 to 60 content. It wouldn't be off of your Cataclysm character or your Wrath character. It would be off of a different character that would have leveled through just 1 to 60. And that would be like the most likely way to have a Classic era expansion. But yeah, we're not likely to ever see that. That was the last boss, right? Yeah. Last boss. Let's get out of here. Yeah, for people that didn't play, like, if you didn't play Cataclysm, then, like, yes, it can be new to you. But there's a problem in that, because, like, it's not new to everybody. And so the wealth of information and knowledge that is already out there, like, it's not really the same as content that's coming out and it's new for everybody. There's a different level of excitement, like, in a player-based community when new content comes out and it's everybody's first time with the content, as opposed to, like, a Classic situation where, like, half the people played it before, half the people have never seen it before. It creates this weird, like, disparity in the knowledge base of the player base. And so yeah, like, you get to have some new experiences, but I feel like those experiences are not going to be as necessarily as exciting as when you're going into, say, like, a brand new retail expansion where everybody's getting it, like, it's new for everyone all at the same time.
Strength and honor.
And then because everything is solved, because you can find a guide right away, day one, there's guides for everything. So, like, everything is already solved. Everything was solved 15 years ago. So it's not, you know, it might be new to some people, but it's not the same as it being actual new content.
For the Horde. Be safe. Dabu. Farewell.
Glory to the Horde. Go forth to victory. Farewell.
And then again, like every WoW player, like if you keep playing like classic expansions, you're gonna hit the expansion where you started playing the game. Or you're gonna hit the expansion where like you can say, oh, I remember all of this because I was X years old. And so I feel like once you hit that expansion, like whatever it is, I think that's when a player is more likely to go play retail. Whenever you do hit the expansion in Classic where like you played a lot, you have a lot of memories from that expansion, you know, you still remember the content from that expansion, I think that's the expansion where you are most likely to go from being a Classic re-enjoyer to being a retail player.
Strength and honor.
Like, you'll see, that's why I started doing Mythic Plus this year. I started doing Mythic Plus this year because I played a lot of Wrath, and I played a lot of Cataclysm. And so I was already kind of at that point where it was like, this is these are eras of the game where I played the most. And so at that point I thought, I should probably start checking out retail and seeing like if I can find ways to enjoy retail, and I did. I found ways to enjoy retail, and it's been really good. And I feel like every Classic re-enjoyer will get to that point where they'll either go play a different game, or they will head and they will go play retail. Because ultimately what they'll want to have is like they'll want to have new WoW experiences at that point. Once you've cleared all the content once, you've done the raids once, again, like maybe you had some nostalgia, once you do that you're going to be thinking, okay, where do I go play new World of Warcraft content?
Can I help you? See you later. Have a good one. See you around. Greetings.
Do I have to talk to this guy? No. No, I don't. Escort Bud. Okay, okay. Where's Bud? There he is.
Hey there. See you around.
Mike, happy Saturday, man. Welcome to the stream. Thanks for being here. What am I doing with Bud? What exactly is he supposed to be doing? Capture a live ice troll. Okay. Okay. I'm assuming somewhere around here there will be ice trolls. I don't have any quest objectives marked. Which makes it a little, you know, I don't know which way to go. I wonder if the quest tells me. Let's see. Talk to Bud, take him southwest. Okay, southwest. Oh, maybe that's what this is. Yes, there it is. You're just playing Cata because you're waiting for War Within. That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. Hypothetically, the War Within pre-patch is around August 20th. I feel like the full release of the game might be around August 20th. Yeah, because, like, man, I don't know. I feel like it's going to come out a lot faster than we think. Like, what did the roadmap said? Early autumn. So yeah, I guess autumn does not start until September 20th. So yeah, maybe the pre-patch would have to be August. Beta should be starting soon. Like, once we get our hands on beta, it'll probably be a lot easier to tell how close we are to an actual launch date. We can't even really look at the roadmap anymore because, like, for Classic, they took the roadmap and they bumped it forward by several months. Like, Cataclysm was slated to be a summer release, and instead of being a summer release, it was a spring release. We don't have our dude anymore. We're supposed to have our dude to like capture these guys, and that didn't happen. Well, yeah, I'm not sure what happened to Bud. Bud kind of gave up on us, I guess. I would doubt it would. I think a 4-week pre-patch. Pre-patches, I feel like pre-patches have been getting smaller and smaller. Whereas like in the past you could expect a good beefy like 5 or 6 week pre-patch. I feel like pre-patch periods have been getting smaller and smaller. Yeah, I feel like a 4-week pre-patch is basically all you could hope for. Oh, Bud, I need you to stick with me.
Safe travels.
Like, actually be present. He dies fast. Okay, yeah, maybe I got him killed. I thought if I flew that he wouldn't aggro stuff. But that's not the case. Like, yeah, if I fly, he still aggroes. Maybe I gotta stay down here. Oh, and he runs off and gets into trouble all on his own. Oh my god, he's gonna die. Oh my god, you're right. He has no... Dude has no HP. No, 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 no. No, no, no. No, no, no. This is not... We're not... No, we're not... We're not doing this. No thanks. Yeah, I don't need to be artificially aggravated. I don't need artificial aggravation. Thanks so much. I'll pass. Yeah, we'll go up here and we will do something else. I don't need that in my life. I really don't need an NPC who gets killed by 3 attacks. That's not... Oh god. Is this Halls of Lightning? Be Halls of Lightning. Oh god, it's Halls of Stone again. Do I know if in Cata we can queue up for the raiding? Yeah, LFR. Yeah, there is LFR in Cata. Yep. They said it wasn't? Wait. There was LFR in Cata. It was in Cata. Oh god. Are they gonna do the exact same thing that you remember how they messed up with looking for group? You remember how long it took them to put this into the game in Wrath of the Lich King? It took them so long that by the time they did it, nobody cared anymore. Basically everyone had already stopped playing. Except for like diehard people like who had good guilds, like everybody stopped caring. Are they gonna do the same thing with LFR? Like they're gonna put it in when it's too late for people to give a crap about it. No, it needs to be in from the first raid.
Let's get this short.
Yeah. That concept, the concept that they would once again withhold a tool that solo players could use to do content, that makes me just not want to play. Like, immediately my enthusiasm is dimmed. Because that was a big flaw of Wrath of the Lich King. Like, there were lots of solo people that would have loved to farm up dungeons, but they couldn't really farm up dungeons because they were relying on people to invite them to groups. And when you're relying on humans to invite you to groups, they're going to be looking at your gear score, they're going to be looking at your logs, they're going to be looking at your parses. And, you know, unless you're like or a tryhard, like you're never gonna get into groups. And if you're a spec that's not the flavor of the month, you're not gonna get into groups. looking for group tools and looking for dungeon tools allow solo players to do content that they would not be able to get into, and it allows for like unpopular classes and unpopular specs to actually engage with the game. Like this character here, I quit playing this character at level 73 because LFG was not in the game, and as an arms warrior, I could not get invited to a 5-man group. And when I couldn't get invited to a 5-man Nexus at level 73, I quit playing this character. You know, and this character, I leveled them up all through Burning Crusade. We put tons of hours into this character. It was a great playthrough, but I quit him. As soon as I could not get into an effing group because I was an arms warrior that nobody wanted, I shelved him. I stopped playing him. And then way too late, they put LFG into the game, and I'd already dropped the character by then. Karen, thanks for being here. Have a good night. We'll see you next time. They don't have any intention to add it ever. Sometimes I feel like they intentionally do shit to kill their own game. This is what I talked about earlier about, like, you're literally gonna funnel a lot of people back into retail that way. Because yeah, if you're a solo player that doesn't want to deal with parses, doesn't want to deal with logs, doesn't want to deal with like fucking looking for group and spamming to find a raid group every Tuesday, like you're just gonna go play retail. You're gonna go play a version of the game that respects your time. And just respects you more as a human being. Like, you know, like when you're relying on getting an invite from another person in World of Warcraft these days, you have to be a flavor of the week spec. And if you're not flavor of the week, if you're not part of the meta, you're not going to get groups.
Couple more minutes and I'll...
They just want us to go play retail. Yeah, they don't want us to play classic. I think they want solo players especially to go play retail. That's the only reason I can think of for like doing things in such an unplayer friendly way. Is that they just want to force you into a different version of the game. I should have used this fight to refill my coffee. This would be an ideal time to just step away and to refill my coffee.
So that was the problem. Now I'm making progress.
Critical threat.
Marson, how am I Horde and Alliance? I don't know what you mean, buddy. This character has always been a Tauren.
Hang on. Nobody's gonna be sanitized as long as I have a say in it.
In retail, I play mostly Alliance. Right now in Cataclysm, I've been playing mostly Horde side. Yeah, I have like our Paladin is a Blood Elf. In Wrath and Cata, for like high level stuff, I've mainly been Horde side. But maybe I don't understand the question. Oh, last dungeon put me as Alliance? Wait, what? I don't know what you guys mean. Maybe I missed something. What we've learned today is that I miss a lot of things. So yeah, maybe I missed something. Oh, okay. Yeah, the last dungeon was Caverns of Time Stratholme. When you do Caverns of Time Stratholme, it turns you into a human for roleplay purposes, because Stratholme is like the story of Arthas, like facing off against Melganis, burning the city or whatever. Yeah, we were humans for time walking reasons. Yeah. Yep. Now I know what you mean. Yeah, we got transmogged into a human just for like roleplay purposes. Essentially. Now I get it. This is the real us. Yeah, we're actually a Tauren.
The old magic fingers finally won through. Now let's get down to...
Alert. Security failsafes deactivated. Beginning memory purge and...
No! Aha! This should do the trick.
Arthas did nothing wrong. I don't think he did anything wrong. Well, he did wrong in the fact that like he wasn't successful. Like if anything, he didn't act quickly enough.
Session terminated.
And neither did Garrosh or Sylvanas. Well, I think that's a little bit different. It's a little bit different. No, I think Garrosh and Sylvanas might be a little bit more guilty than Arthas. I feel like, you know, Arthas had a really bad situation on his hands. There was no good way to deal with it. Like, the whole place was going to become Scourge. And so, like, you can let it become Scourge. You're never going to contain that at that point. Or you could try to stop it before it Scourges out. Like, that didn't work either. Ultimately, he was wrong in like, if he had succeeded, if he had burned the city down, and if that had stopped the spread of the Scourge, completely shut down the threat, problem solved, everyone lives happily ever after, then they'd be like, oh man, Arthas is a hero. Arthas is a hero. He saved us. The only reason it ended up being wrong, like contextually, is because it didn't work. You know what I mean? Like the result of your actions often colors like the morality of your actions. If he had done those things and it had been effective, then like everyone would have been like, damn, that's rough, but look, he saved us.
Don't worry, old Bram's got your back.
But it didn't work. You know, he killed all those people and it didn't work. So then it's easy to vilify him after that. Oh, he killed all those people and we still have the Scourge to deal with. It's easy to vilify him, you know, because it didn't work out.
Soft, vulnerable shells. Brief, fragile lives. You cannot escape the curse of flesh.
I mean, they made Sylvanas into a truly, like, despicable character. Unfortunately, it's hard to empathize with a lot of her choices. Yeah, it's really... They could have done more with if they had better character writers, if they had anybody who was an actual writer, they probably could have handled their character a lot better. But since they only employ game developers, it's hard for them to have actually compelling characters. When you don't have writers, your writing is bad, it turns out. And in some ways they've gotten better recently, but...
Logan, that's downright bothersome. We might have neutralized the Iron Dwarfs, but I'd lay odds there's another machine somewhere else, churning out a whole mess of these iron. I'll use the Forge to make batches of earthen to stand guard, but our greatest challenge still remains. Find and stop Logan.
Was that the end of this dungeon? I'm always confused about, like, where this dungeon ends. That must have been the end of the dungeon, because everybody's piecing out. That wasn't the end? Oh, good! Everyone was just as confused as me, because everybody started to leave. Like, one guy left, and then another person left, and then I left. And the other people in the group were probably like, wait, what about the bonus XP? Were we done? We're getting mixed. I'm getting mixed signals from you guys. I didn't notice if we got the bonus. You know, even if there was another boss, if we got the bonus XP, then we were done. Looking at the log, I think we did get the bonus XP. Yeah, 36,410 experience gained. Yeah, there might have been another boss that we just like intentionally skipped. If you can skip a boss and still get the bonus XP, that's what people do. Yeah, they're not going to clear any of the optional bosses. It's a waste of their time. It's a waste of their time. Ow, stop hitting me. Okay, good move, good move. Utgard Keep. Okay, yeah, this is an easy one. I feel like, unfortunately, I feel like dungeon grinding is the way to go. Like, trying to get a character leveled up at this level, I feel like dungeon grinding is the way to go. And if I can get this character to 80 between now and, oh my god, Monday, then I would like to take this character into the Cata content. If I can't get this character leveled to 80, then I'd be stuck with either I have a shaman who's level 80, who I really have no idea how to play, and then I have the Ret Pally, the Blood Elf Ret Pally. So I have options, but I'd like to go on this character. Because, like, you know, after experiencing a little bit of the level 80 to 85 zones in the beta, I can tell that they aren't zones that I'm gonna want to level a lot of characters through. I didn't find either Vajir or Hyjal to be, like, really impressive or fun to play in. So I'm kind of worried that I'm gonna be able to get one character to 85. And from what little I played of the Paladin, I didn't really like what they did with the class changes. This I know that I like. The buttons are fun to hit. I'm doing bad at it, but eventually the damage might get better. So yeah, we'll see if I can get this character level. We got today and tomorrow basically. I wonder if the servers are gonna be shut down all day on Monday. And if they're gonna do like a 6 p.m. launch, or if they're gonna do like an earlier, like with Mist of Pandaria time running, they did a 1 p.m. launch my time, and I feel like a 1 p.m. global launch is much better for most of the planet than a 6 p.m. Eastern time global launch. So yeah, we'll see what Monday... I'm sure maybe there will be some details about, like, the timing. Do they have the timing published yet? You know, sometimes they publish the times in advance. I wonder if they've already put out, like, the timing of the expansion launch. We are getting annihilated. I'm gonna pop this potion. Hide for a minute. That potion did not matter much. Oh, we got a heal, that's good. There's a counter on how many hours. I'm gonna see. Let's see. Let's check Wowhead. Wowhead Cataclysm. Ah, okay. 2 days, 2 hours, and 25 minutes. Yeah, that I can't do math, so I still don't know like what time that is in Eastern Standard Time. 24, 48, 49, 50 hours. Damn it! I just need to look up the release times. It's cool they have a countdown, but yeah, the countdown doesn't help me. 'Cause I'm not smart. Yeah, 3 p.m. PDT. Yeah, see, yep. Okay, yeah, it's gonna be evening my time. It's gonna be in the middle of the morning for you folks over in the EU. So yeah, enjoy your 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. launch time that they feel compelled to straddle you with. I really wish they could launch it like earlier in the day would be better, I think, for the entire planet. But yeah, 6 p.m. EST on Monday. Monday is a really weird day to do a release. Most of their releases recently have happened on Thursdays, and when it's not a Thursday, it's just usually naturally a Tuesday here in the States. But so Monday is a weird choice. Nothing about maintenance on Monday at all? You think it's going to be like they flip a switch? That would be cool. It would be really nice if they didn't have to take servers down all day. In that way, like, people could at least play the game that day, and like if you have some last minute leveling to do, you could have a little bit of extra time to do it. Like I might need that time. Although, you know, we're making pretty good progress. If I just mindlessly do dungeons and talk to you guys, then it's not painful. If I was trying to do this on my own in a vacuum, it'd probably be very tedious, so I appreciate you guys hanging out with me. Without you guys being here, this character would probably never get to level 80. Because at this point, like, just grinding these up would probably be too tedious for me, like, in a complete vacuum. How long do you guys think it's going to take to get a character from level 80 to 85? Like, what amount of playtime? If you're not, like, if you're not hyper min-maxing, if you're not, like, a crazy person with a poop sock, how much playtime do you guys think it'll take to get from 80 to 85? It sounds like such a short amount of levels. So I really don't know, like, what to expect. I can't remember. I feel like back in the day when I did it, I feel like it only took me like 2 or 3 days of playing. So for me back then, at a release launch back in my 20s, I probably would have played for 6 or 7 hours throughout the day. Not straight, but throughout a day I probably would have played for 6 or 7 hours. And if it took me about 2 or 3 days to hit level cap, I'm guessing maybe like 20 hours of playtime? Counterfactsy, around 10 hours of playtime? You think it could be done in 10 hours? Maybe by somebody, but probably not by me. I think maybe if you knew all the quests and you like knew the routes to take and stuff, maybe. 3 days if you have a life. See, yeah, like I had a little bit of a life in my 20s. I had a job. I had a real job. And it took me about 3 days. I might have taken time, although honestly, you know, I probably took time off. Depends if you dungeon grind or not. I'm gonna do a combination of both things. I'm gonna always be queuing. I'll always be queuing, but also keep questing. But I will always be in the queue. You're gonna be going all out Monday till you ding, Robert. The guild's gonna pay you 5K to do it. You're talking about the race to max level. I saw that. That's really cool. That's really cool that you guys are doing that. I am not going to directly participate in that because I don't think I could be the first person anyway. I wish I had gold to contribute. I have a little bit of gold. I wish I had a bunch of gold that I could like sweeten the pot. I never did buy that WoW token for Wrath. I'm still trying to figure out like how I want to do that content. I might stream opening night, and then I might move it to a recorded series after that. I'm not sure. I have so many other recorded series going on. Like I'm gonna have Mist of Pandaria remix episodes that have to go up. I'm still gonna have Hunter episodes that have to go up. I have so much content like already recorded that I don't know if it's gonna be like beneficial for me to like record more content that I don't have time to put up right now. Because YouTube can only tolerate about 2 videos a day from my channel. So like I've thought about like at least streaming opening night. Especially if it's only gonna be like, you know, like 15 hours of content. Then maybe I would just stream it.
And paint my face with your blood! My life for the Death God!
Your pathetic failure will serve.
Robert, I kind of figured you were joking, man. Someone's gonna get it. I wonder. It's probably gonna be Alex. Like, who's gonna get the max level first? It's probably gonna be Alex.
I return! A second chance to carve your skull!
But then again, with the servers opening up at like 2 in the morning his time, Alex is at a severe disadvantage. Yeah, exactly. You are starting at 2 in the morning. You are at a pretty big disadvantage. Yeah, that's like totally not even fair. Because otherwise, I feel like you'd have got it easy. That is it for this one. I think like one more we should ding 79. I am not even sure what I'm doing here. What am I doing here? Silverbrook Defenders. Okay, I don't need to be slaughtering villagers. I'm just like killing all of the villagers. That's a war crime. I need to be looking for the actual soldiers that live here somewhere. That's what I need to be doing. There just don't really seem to be many of them. These guys are like trappers, villagers. There's a named guy here, Anvai Ducal. Where am I finding defenders? I don't see any. Alright, yeah, it's fine. You know, it's ultimately, it's okay. Ultimately, like, I feel like we're probably just gonna dungeon grind it up. You know, like I probably don't need to worry about questing. It's probably really inefficient to try to quest. When you're getting 3-minute queues as a DPS, it's like it's pretty easy to figure out like what you should be doing. We can just hang out somewhere safe. Somewhere safe and peaceful. I probably have like quests that I should be turning in like in various places. There's a quest here to turn in. I have a quest down here. They might be just breadcrumbs. Yeah, it is weird that they're doing the release on a Monday and not on like a Thursday like they would typically do. I had to check, I kept checking like every day last week. I checked to see if it would get moved to either a Tuesday or a Thursday, and it's Monday, which is unusual. I could work on my skinning. Ooh, Nexus. Oh, it's not Nexus, it's Oculus. Oh, no. Oh, dear God, not Oculus. Anything but Oculus. Oh my God. Yeah, Monday so they can do maintenance on Tuesday. Oh yeah, you're right. There's gonna be extended maintenance on Tuesday for sure. There's no way there's not extended maintenance on Tuesday. Yeah, you better get as much playtime in as you can when it launches, because like once it goes down, it's probably going to be down for most of the following day. That's right. Because it's so buggy. Like, I mean, we all know that Cataclysm is totally bugged. So there's no way that it doesn't have extended maintenance the very next day. Especially if the servers don't go down at all tomorrow. Like, if they keep the servers up and they just flip a switch, it's gonna be rough. It's gonna be a rough time.
Prisoners shall not go free. The word of Malagos is law.
I really need to skin all these guys. I'm gonna hang out here and I'm gonna work on my skinning for a second.
I condemn you to death. None shall escape.
I'm sure they're fine without me.
Gather round. The war goes on.
Good, good, good. Oh, that's it. That's it. I'm done. I'm good. I'm maxed out. Okay. That's the highest rank, right? I can't level this up anymore.
Will be short-lived.
So I'm all set.
I am Commander Varros Cloudstrider. My drakes control the skies.
Blizzard employees will work overtime on Tuesday? Well,
I will see to it
they won't. They can't. They're in California, so they're not even allowed to work overtime. In California, like, labor laws are really crazy, and like you don't want to work people overtime in California. It's bad. It's a bad time. Blake Thomas, thank you so much for the membership, man. I appreciate that. Thanks for being here and hanging out.
Have a good one.
And welcome.
See you later.
All right, so I'm taking Witch Dragon. Am I taking a red? No, I don't want the red dragon. I want the bronze.
Pleased to meet you.
I think I want bronze, right? I'm really not sure. I'm gonna grab a bronze. Oh my god, my inventory. Oh dear. What have I done? I think this is right. You would think after like 15 years I would know how to do this dungeon, but I don't. I don't. It's always my least favorite. It was my least favorite back in the day. It's my least favorite today. I just hope we can complete it. I really don't want to waste time in here and then not get the bonus XP. Although, like, I count 4 bronze, and that's one too many. It's one too many bronze. I count 4 bronze, and like this poor Death Knight down here. This poor Death Knight, he doesn't know what to do. He's gonna end up on a 5th bronze. Maybe we can just full bronze it. Is that a thing we could do? Maybe we can just full bronze it. This dungeon needs to be removed from the random rotation. This dungeon just creates friction. Like, if you are a person coming into this who does not know what to do, it doesn't really tell you where to go or what to do. It's just not a fun time for anybody. They should remove this from the random rotation. Because we're probably wasting our time here. The biggest problem is, like, we can't leave here and then get into another run for 9 minutes. That's the worst part. It's not like I can leave and just queue up for another one. Like, we have to figure this out. Or we have to vote. If the guy can't figure it out, we have to vote kick him. But we gotta get a solution going. I'd hate to have to vote kick somebody just because they were hopelessly lost. But I need him to get on it. He needs to get onto any Drake. Just get onto any Drake. No one is trying. I can't tell him what to do because I don't know what he needs to do. Does he need... He's the tank, I think. Or maybe he's not. We got 2 Death Knights, so I don't know who the tank is. Looking at the numbers, I guess yeah, I guess he is the tank. Just pick a Drake. I'll be like, just pick a Drake. Just pick any Drake at this point. Okay, he's good. He's on another bronze. We got all bronze. Okay, this is gonna end well. Yeah, it's gonna be a good time. This is not good. Come on, buddy. Come on, we can do this. Yes. Okay. Yes. Now get off the Drake. Oh my god. Everything's gonna be fine until we go to take on the last boss, and then we're gonna probably fail because we're all on bronze drakes. Oh, see, no, I thought we mounted up here, but apparently, see, this is what I mean. I don't know this dungeon. Even after 15 years, I still don't know what to do. Okay, now we mount up.
will be no mercy. Take no prisoners!
Oh, we aggroed so many drakes. Oh no. I'm being shot in the face by a drake. That's not what you want to see. I hope we have somebody still on a dragon to deal with that, because if no one's on a dragon to deal with that, we are probably toast. This does not seem very promising.
Strike now! Obliterate them!
Everybody's dead.
Take no prisoners! Attack! They are too strong. Underestimated their fortitude.
I'm having a hard time targeting this guy. Yeah, I can't seem to attack him. Oh, there we go. Now we're kind of attacking him. Not really sure what the problem is. Maybe just like my directional facing is bad. What is... yeah, I don't know. I can't seem to consistently hit this guy. If I jump, I can. If I jump, I can hit him. Okay, I killed him by jumping. Perfect, perfect. I don't know. This is part of the reason why I don't like this place. Weird stuff can happen. We have a healer, so maybe... oh, mass resurrection. I hope this guy does not get in. Ah, damn it. I told him to wait for res, but it was like a second too late. Ugh. Should have waited for the res, bro. Okay. I hope maybe that's the weirdest thing that will happen. Maybe we're good now. Let's see. Where are we going? Okay, we're going over here.
What do we have here? Those that would defy the spell. Those without foresight or understanding. How can I make you see? Malygos is saving the world from itself! Ah! You are hardly worth my time!
My favorite thing in WoW is when the enemy dies before the voice acting ends. And so half of the voice acting is done with the enemy dead. It's my favorite. Oh, did we hit 79? Nice. I didn't even notice. Oh, that's awesome. We're flying through levels, man. Yeah, like I think we might get this today. Maybe we might get this today. What time is it? It's 4:02. Okay, yeah, we might get this today. The XP needed from 70 to 80 was shortened by 60%. That's great. That's great. 70 to 80. That's really great. Yeah. And it needs to be that way. Especially in a version of the game where like leveling is not the core focus of the game anymore. Like it needs to be short like that. I would say go ahead and shorten it some more. Like, I would say go ahead and cut it by 75%. For the Outland and Northrend leveling, like they should cut it by even more than that.
Poor blind fool!
But that's a good start. Eventually, you know that they'll put Joyous Journey in, so we'll have all of the XP bonuses already baked in, and you have to know eventually they're going to put Joyous Journey into the game. And then you'll level a character from 1 to 85 in like 3 days of playing.
A taste, just a small taste.
Oh god, we're not going to make it. We're not going to make it. Come on. Oh, we made it!
Has been for us.
Barely.
Simpletons! You cannot comprehend the forces you have set in motion. The ley line conduit will not be disrupted. Your defeat shall be absolute.
Now, how is this gonna go with, we got all bronze drakes. How is this gonna go with all bronze drakes? What is this other ability? Temporal Rift. Channels a rift on the enemy. While trapped in the rift, all damage done to the target is increased. Okay, okay, that's good. I hope that works on the boss. Am I liking the Arms Warrior? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I love the button pushing on the Arms Warrior. It's a lot of fun. That's why I'm hoping to get this character to 80 so that I can take it into the 85 content first. Ideally, this would be my only character that I need to have for endgame in Cataclysm. Okay. I guess I'll channel the temporal rifts. Oh, someone else was channeling. Yeah, we don't need two people channeling it. Yeah, we don't need multiple people channeling it. We need more people hitting. I don't think it stacks. You know, the 100% buff here, I don't know if that it stacks.
Such insolence, such arrogance must be punished. Enjoy the fall.
Ah, no! Shit! What'd I do? What happened? No! Not like this! Not like this! I have a feeling this parachute's gonna give out before it lands me anywhere safe. My Drake! This is why somebody has to heal. Oh my god. Oh god, I hope they get him. Ah, no! Shit. Are they gonna get him?
Enjoy the fall.
I don't know if they're gonna get him.
Such insolence, such arrogance must be punished.
I really hate Oculus.
Back to the earth with you.
I can't remember the last time that I did a successful Oculus where we were just able to clear the whole thing. And it doesn't look like this is gonna be that time either. Oh, the fucking spirit. I forgot about the spirit run back into the dungeon. They're gonna kill him. I hope that they kill him. We lost somebody else. We lost this dude. I think if we'd have had one person on heals, then it would have been okay. Like, why didn't the healer take the green Drake? Why didn't he take it? What? Wait. Oh, the fight's still in progress. Yeah, we just needed one person to heal occasionally, just to heal here and there. You know, no big deal. They didn't do it. They didn't kill him. Son of a bitch. I said in chat somebody needs to heal. Like we have to have a way to stay alive. It's really like all you can do. Like I wouldn't mind doing it, I guess. I just feel like that's like the healer's job. You know, because they're the healer. But I mean, I wouldn't mind doing it. What I don't want to have happen, I don't want to like go grab the green Drake and then the healer also grabs the green Drake and now we got two green Drakes. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know if we need the red Drake though. I don't know if we need the red Drake. I don't know, because if we had one person healing, we probably could have cleared that just fine. So I don't think we really need the red Drake at this point, but we definitely need like maybe we need like one or the other. Maybe we need one or the other. We either need like a tanking Drake or a healing Drake. I don't know. We were close to getting it. It just didn't happen. Like so far we got 3 bronze. I am being attacked. Is line of sight gonna matter here? Line of sight does not matter. I can't even see what's attacking me. Okay, this little guy. This little guy that I probably can't kill on my own. Yeah, I'm gonna have to dismount my Drake and remount because I'm not gonna have any health left. Yeah, okay. Let's go ahead and just pop off of him for a minute. We got 3 bronze guys. We got the tank over here not doing anything. We have the healer here maybe contemplating getting a different Drake. I have a feeling that we're not going to complete this run. Which is really unfortunate. Like when you don't complete the run, you don't get the bonus XP, and the bonus XP is like some of the biggest point of actually being here, is to get the bonus experience. Here we go, four bronze. Yep, great, cool. Okay. Let's see. We can't fucking 5 bronze. The definition of insanity. The definition of insanity: doing the same thing over and over again the same way and expecting a different result. How very fun.
You brash interlopers are out of your element. Nice.
2 people channeling the damage thing, that's useful, yep. I'm just gonna get killed first. I'm gonna try to get killed like right here over this. Yeah, like I want to land when I die. I don't want to just fall forever. Martin, welcome to the stream, buddy. I appreciate you being here. Yeah, I had to have a little bit of a break. I burned out my social battery.
Such arrogance.
I was having burnout and I didn't realize I was having burnout, and I probably did too much while having burnout, so I needed a long break. And while I don't think I'll go back to trying to do daily streams, the streams should be like, they should happen now. There should be some streams now that I've had a little bit of a break. I can't say that I'm gonna go back to trying to do daily.
Back to the earth with you.
But we'll see. We got some ads here, which just can't be good for our chances of success here. We're getting them pretty low. We're about to go down.
Such insolence,
we're down.
Such arrogance,
everybody, I think everybody's down.
Punished. It's a long way down.
Good. Okay, so like, what should I just leave? Should I just leave this if we don't? Oh, we got him! Oh, we got him! Oh, okay. Perfect. I was close to giving up on that one. Yeah. I wonder if I can get a res. Any chance of a res? Any chance of a res? I'd love to get a res. This guy's not gonna res me, is he? I have officially asked for a res. Whether or not I'm gonna get it, I don't know. He needs this arcane tome though. What I need a res. He needs this item. I feel like it's pretty you know, I think we know what needs to happen here. Undeads are such jerks. I think like people in general might be that way, but yeah, he's not rezzing me. So like, that's cool. You know what? It'll probably, yep, there we go. Needy. It was worth it for the achievement. Yeah. It was definitely worth it to get the achievement. I don't get a res, he doesn't get the item, and now we're even. Now we are even. What really annoys me is I can't turn in the quest now. That's like, yeah, I don't think I get to turn in the quest, do I? Yeah, everything's respawned. Pretty sure that I can't turn in the quest. Let's go have a look. I don't see an indicator on the map for a quest turn in. Yeah, that's it. I got hosed out of being able to turn in the quest. That's like that's the most unfortunate part of what just happened. And I think I have to hearth now because now I'm technically not in an instance group anymore. Go up? You think it's further up? Now, I think what happened is that the dungeon reset. Because I'm not technically in any group now. Yeah, there's nothing else up here. This is it. The NPC is not present. If the NPC were here anywhere, I would see a quest turn-in marker. I would see them marked somewhere on the map, I would think. Yeah, they'd be showing up somewhere. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm just out of luck. Cool, cool, cool. That's a big chunk of XP that we're not gonna get. Why are people the way that they are? Why wouldn't he just want to res me? The only thing I had said in chat at that point was that we needed to have a healer. Was he? You think he was pissed off at me because I said we needed a healer and he just didn't want to do the green drake, so he just decided he wouldn't res me? It's got to be something like that. All right, I have to bio, so I'll be right back. I'm gonna put us in the queue again. I hope that I'll get back in like a minute and a half before this pops. Alright, perfect timing.
We fought back the Scourge. What chance you thinking you got? Get ready for something much bigger. The ground gonna swallow you up.
Apparently I have quest for this place too. This dungeon sucks on Gamma. The ones that I had the problem with were Utgard. Utgard keep it with the frost affix. Whichever ones had the frost affix, where standing in the frost just dealt like insane damage. Those were always the Gammas that I had like a really hard time with. Apparently I just like the stand-in stuff. Have they talked about having those kinds of heroic runs in Cataclysm at all? I'm assuming they're going to do basically the same thing. But they'll probably call it a different name. Maybe this time they'll actually call it Heroic Plus, Heroic Plus Plus, and Heroic Plus Plus Plus, like the community did. Oh, damn. Do I have any hunters in this group? I do have a hunter. Did he roll on it? I don't see any needs. I don't need the agility. I think the one, yeah, maybe I don't need this. I don't need it. It's fine. If it was strength, maybe I'd roll on it. They said no? Wait, really? Wait. So they said that they're not gonna have LFR, and they're not planning for, like, harder heroic 5-mans? Are they trying to just not have anything for people to do at endgame? My inventory's full. I know you guys are probably shocked, but my inventory's full. So are they just trying to kill their game, basically? Because Heroic Plus, Plus Plus, and Plus 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 were awesome, and the coolest thing about them was that you could queue up. As a solo player, you could queue up. They want to rush... Well, they're going to rush MoP no matter what, because the content cadence for Cataclysm is super fast. Like, all of the Cataclysm content is going to be released by January of 2025. But they don't have to kill their endgame to rush out MoP. They could actually have, like, good content for people to do. And still rush MoP out. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. No, for now, they might do... Yeah, they might do some later. Well, that's what they did with Wrath, is that they weren't in there at first. It's really unfortunate that they just would not have that planned already. Like, what is... If there's no LFR, like, what is there for a solo player to do? If you can't queue up for harder heroics, like, at some point, like, farming regular heroics is gonna get really boring. Yeah, that's super unfortunate. I thought the Heroic Plus dungeons were really, like, a good idea. And I really appreciate how they put them into the LFG.
Drakari gonna kill anybody who trespass on these lands. Minions of the scale.
Mythics? I don't really, like, honestly, like, I don't care what they call it. They can do it however they want. I just want there to be some harder 5-man content to do that I can queue up for. That's really all. However they want to do it, whatever they want to call it. I just want harder 5-man content to do that I can queue up for. So, like, after I've got all my gear from Heroics, I want there to be more 5-man content for me to do that's more difficult, that gives better rewards. So, like, however they want to do that, whatever they want to call it, if they want it to be a mythic thing where they got, like, the 30-minute keys, like, whatever, like, you want to put mythics in, I've done enough mythics now in retail that I'm fine with that. I would be fine if they wanted to do, like, the mythic way. That probably wouldn't be, like, super popular with everybody, but I would be fine with it as long as there's something for me to do. Because even if I am raiding, even if we're raiding with the guild, like, that's great, but there's still, like, you have nothing to do between lockouts. Like, what are you gonna do between lockouts? There's a vocal crowd that hate LFG and LFR with a burning passion. Yeah, it's a vocal minority. Yeah, it's always been a vocal minority. And that's why they put off putting LFG into Wrath for so long, and it basically killed endgame for a lot of people. Like, a lot of solo players, myself included, like, we didn't play a lot of Wrath endgame because they wouldn't put LFG in, so we couldn't even farm heroics. So, like, yeah, I get it. There's a loud minority of people who hate quality of life tools. The funny thing is, like, I think a lot of those people who are super vocal about it, these people don't even play the game. They don't even play the game. And it's like, it's funny how many decisions that Blizzard makes are twisted by the loud opinions of people who are not even actively participating in the content. Or it's like people that have like a great static group, they've been in the same guild of people for 15 years. It's like, well, yeah, someone like that doesn't care about like quality of life for solo players. Like, the game should be more about like giving more people more content to do. So LFG and LFR provide people with a way to do content. A lot of times the alternative is those people don't do any content. They stop playing the game, they go play other games, and that's kind of the choice. You can either enable people to do the content, or you can make the content inaccessible and then less people do it. I'm gonna roll on that. I think that's good. I didn't see. Yeah, the roll never resolved. We still had people like sitting on the roll. Not really sure why. Like, especially in Classic, listen, there's nothing else to do. There's nothing else to do in Classic. There's no world quest to do. There's nothing. If you're just a player trying to log in and play the game for like a few hours a week, like, if you can't jump into an LFD, jump into an LFR, like, there's really nothing for you to do. And even if you're doing LFG, once you get all the heroic gear that you need, like, what's left? You can endlessly farm badges. But even then, like, eventually you're gonna have all your badge loot. I guess the answer is like, go play an alt. Go play an alt. Like, not good. This roll never resolved. Like, I don't know what the deal is with people. Why they can't just do the roll, let the roll resolve. I feel like it's like low key griefing. Okay, I'm the leader of the group, and I'm the only person in the group, and the loot still never resolved. So I guess I'll just give up on this one. I guess maybe if I win the loot, they'll mail it to me. Maybe I'll get it later. People wait at the end so they hit need on all items. Yeah, I feel like that's been happening. Now, granted, I did that to the priest in the last run, but I didn't wait till the end. And the only reason I did it was because he refused to res me. So, just like petty reasons. I wasn't doing it to like grief the entire group of people. Just the one guy. That's when you know that people are like really bored with the game. When they start finding like really low-key ways to troll and grief total strangers. That's when you know people are like bored with the gameplay aspect of the game. When they're just finding like really subtle ways to needle other people. I think like what, like maybe 3 more runs? 3 more runs, maybe 4 more runs. I hope it, maybe 3, maybe if we get into one where we can complete some quest. If we get into a dungeon where we can do some quests, then maybe it'll be 3 runs. You know, speaking of quest, I think I have Nexus quest to turn in. Pretty sure I have Nexus quest to turn in. I have Nexus quest to turn in. I have to get myself, like, somehow get myself over to the Nexus. And now I think I have to get inside the Nexus because the quest givers are now all inside. Where, like, they used to be out at the camp. They're not anymore. Yeah, let me go to, those will be worth a little bit of XP. 16,000, like, yeah, it's not a lot. But there's 2 of them. And then this Oculus one, like, I'll never get to turn in the Oculus one. Okay, there's some dungeons here. I should pay attention to what these are. Because if I can do these, this could help. Head game, wants you to use Kuzzle's, oh no, I have to do something? What am I doing? Take the Ichor stained cloth, okay, I don't know.
Farewell.
Like, am I gonna remember to do that? Like, maybe not. I have to use this item on one of the bosses. Just keep everything as completed, like, you know, like pre-quest, and then turn it in when the level cap opens up. Nah. I want my XP now. I'll take my XP now. Can I queue for specific dungeons? You can, but then you lose out. You don't get bonus XP that way. So yeah, you can queue for specific dungeons, but if you want that big chunk of XP at the end of the run, you have to do it on random. And we definitely want the big chunk of XP at the end of the run. Patrick, good afternoon. Welcome to the stream, and thanks for being here. I appreciate it. Canada Dungeons, 5 minutes after launch on Monday? Yes. Do you guys think that's going to be a way that people level up? Do you think people are going to grind dungeons to level up from 80 to 85? As opposed to like doing any of the questing? I will definitely like be in the queue. Like I will be putting myself into the queue as soon as I can. I don't know. Like I don't know if I'll just focus on that. I don't know. After what I saw of Hyjal and after what I saw of Vashir in the beta, it makes a strong case for just dungeon grinding. It kind of does make a strong case for it, because like I don't think I'd be missing out on too much if I didn't quest through every single zone. Like, what am I gonna miss out on? The Indiana Jones storyline in Uldum, like, you know, something that was kind of neat when I was 20 that's probably not gonna be so neat now that I'm 40. What am I gonna really miss out on by, like, not questing a bunch? Probably not a lot. Guild achievements for 3 plus guildies. That's right, that's right. Yeah, we just need 3. Yeah, I'll definitely be in the queue. I feel like I'll probably do some questing, like, just to kind of, like, break it up. It'll also depend on, like, you know, wait times. Like, how is it going to be 2-minute queue times? If it's 2-minute queue times, then that's awesome. But sometimes it's more than that. What am I doing here? I guess I'm just waiting out here for guys to spawn. Or I could just stand here and do nothing and just wait for the boss to pop, because that's what I'm doing now. I feel like if you had a tank or a healer, you'd probably still get instant queues. I don't even think you would need a tank and a healer. I think if you had one or the other, you would probably just get instant queues. And what you guys should also think about, you should think about what night you want to raid. Think about what night you guys want to raid. I want you guys to just settle on a time, settle on a day of the week, and then I will do my best to be there. Because, like, the last time I tried to make up a raid day, it was Saturday morning raids, and nobody wanted to do it. So this time, you guys can pick a raid night, and I will simply do my best to be there every raid. The quest item, yes, Lael, thank you. Yeah, I gotta go back, and I gotta click on that guy. I gotta click on him. Friday morning? No! No! I mean, I don't really care. I have an equal opportunity to make any raid time, which is like, I should be able to make it. There might be times when I don't. But like, any time is kind of the same for me, I guess. Wednesday, yeah, like Wednesday night seems like that's reasonable. Yeah, Wednesday night sounds really good. I like Wednesday night. But yeah, whatever you guys pick, you should like work it out in the Discord, and then just like post it, and then like whatever you guys pick, I will do my best just to be there. And I'm just gonna be a DPS, so like if I'm not there, then like replacing me will be easy. I'll try to raid more and be more useful than I was in Phase 1 of Season of Discovery. I have an orange above my head. I don't want it. What happened to everybody? Why did we get so spread apart? What did we miss something? This guy is going, I don't know why he did that. Like, I don't know what he's thinking. Oh, I don't even want to be a part of the decision-making process. I just want you guys to decide. You guys will come to a majority decision, and then I will just try to be there. I don't even want to be a part of the decision making. Like I don't really have a stake in it. Like I said, any weeknight is kind of the same. Especially if we're gonna be going like 6 p.m. or later. Like preferably like 6 p.m. or later Eastern time. So if it's like 6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, like if it's 6 o'clock or 7 o'clock like Eastern time, then like any day of the week is basically like very similar for me. Or weekend. It could be a weekday, it could be a weekend, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I want my spot. If I show up, I want my spot, yeah. If I do show up on a night, I do want my spot. Yep, that's the only privilege that I'm gonna take, is if I show up, I want my spot. I feel like that's okay. I don't feel like that's asking too much. I should use cleave. There's all kinds of stuff I should do differently, yeah. There's all kinds of stuff I should do differently. And when I'm playing content that matters, I'll probably play a little bit better. Probably. There's a small chance that I'll play better when I'm doing content that matters. For this, I'm just like, I'm spamming buttons and talking to you guys. Because we're just trying to grind these levels out. I don't even have cleave anywhere on my bar. That's how bad of a player I am. I knew I was missing. I knew I had a couple of empty keybinds after I did my respec, and I knew I was missing something. Yeah, I should totally have cleave out. Cleave would be super helpful. Mikey, thanks for being here, man. I appreciate it. Marson, this is the first time I've streamed in like 3 weeks, man. Yeah, I took a long break. And even before that, I streamed for like 1 day, and I hadn't streamed for like a week before that. So like, basically I haven't streamed for like 4 or 5 weeks. It's been a while. Yeah, you're not going to see any recent streams. Because there haven't been any. What happened was I let myself get burned out without realizing I was burned out. And so when I did need to take a break, instead of it being like a couple days of a break, it ended up being a few weeks. Because I had been streaming with like 0 social battery for like a while. And so now, like, to fix that, I'm not trying to go back to doing daily streams. I will try to do multiple streams a week when I really want to, like when I want to. Because it got to a point where like I was trying to do daily, but I wasn't feeling it daily, and so that's how I burned out. So I'm gonna try to not let that happen again, so that I don't have to take 3 or 4 weeks off of streaming completely to like recharge my battery. Like, keep in mind, like, I'm an introverted person, so like, and I love talking about the game and hanging out and stuff, but as an introverted person, like, eventually I run out of, like, social energy. Except that I don't always realize it, because I'm so focused, like, on what I'm doing, on the conversations we're having, on the stuff going on with the game, that, like, I don't always realize that I'm getting burned out. Because I'm so focused on, like, things that are happening and not as focused on things that are happening, like, inside of my own brain. Amy's doing well. Yeah, everyone's doing good. Everyone's doing well. I just it's been good to have the time off after I got to the point I was at. It was good also to like kind of like I got to focus on the hunter playthrough, like, and just play like big chunks of the hunter at a time. And I think that made it easier for me to like form an honest opinion of like the leveling process in Cataclysm and like get some of my thoughts in order. It was just like having all that time by myself to kind of like play in a vacuum in a way that I haven't done in a long time. That's it, right? That's it for this one. I don't think I completed... Did I complete any of the quests? I definitely missed... I missed the guy's item, so I got... Oh, no, that's not... Oh, maybe that is fine. Maybe that's okay. I missed the guy's tooth, I think. Oh, no, but I'm not getting it now. Now I've just gone, like, all the way back. I think I'm going out to the entrance now. Oh, you got food going. Oh, yeah. That sounds good, Amy. I'm trying to cap this character out today. So I don't want to miss dinner. My goal is not to miss dinner. But my goal is also to try to get this character like the rest of this level. I'm gonna teleport out and teleport back in and turn the one in that I did complete.
Glory.
Are you cooking them on the grill? It sounds like you're cooking them outside on the grill.
For the Horde.
That's awesome. I don't need any of this stuff.
May your blades never
40. There was another quest here. I also didn't grab this other quest. Oh my gosh.
Come get the food.
Inventory's full. Okay, okay. I need to go to a vendor. Because I need to empty my inventory. It's only been full for the past 2 dungeons. So, like, yeah, I should probably go and empty it out. I could have grabbed it, yeah, I probably could have grabbed it. I just didn't, I screwed myself on how to get back to him easily. When I took that big drop down, I think that took me like pretty far from him. Chances are, you know, we might get that dungeon again, who knows. I want to just go through and sell everything. I probably should like be looking at some stuff, but I kind of just want to go through and like sell everything. I'm gonna kind of go through and just like sell some stuff. Because like some of this stuff might be valuable, but realistically what's going to be more valuable is just having like clean bags. Let's pop ourselves back into the queue here. I'm going to keep my Nagran cherries and my underwater breathing potion. I've been holding on to these since like Outland. I think, yeah, I got these in Outland. I've been holding on to them since Outland. It's hilarious. This chess piece, though, this chess piece is an upgrade. Like, actually a pretty big up. Even without a gem, it's an upgrade. Old Kingdom, okay. I don't see any quest here. I feel like if there were any quest for this, I probably have already done them. Yeah, this person would probably have my quest if I had any quest to do here. We're about to lose whoever this is. Pretty sure that's the healer. Human, good afternoon, man. Welcome to the stream. Everything's going good so far. We are on track to possibly hit level cap today, so yeah. It's been a good time. So far, the only bad thing about today is that I haven't had enough coffee. I should have taken a break a little bit ago and like refilled my coffee, but kind of got a little bit caught up. So I'm probably under caffeinated. What I really haven't been paying attention to is, are we getting a good chunk of XP from the kills? I notice we have the Wintergrass buff. So we're getting 5% more XP for like every kill. I just haven't really been paying attention to see if like the kill XP is worth anything. Or if primarily what we're getting is the bonus XP at the end of the run. Alright, so like 4 hours later, there are a couple of things I need to pull out to my bar. Let's grab Battle Shout. Battle Shout could be really good. It's only 4 minutes. And the Cleave could be really good. Let's go ahead and get those out to the bar.
Ember Watcher, unseen, so appetizing. Your heartbeat is music to my ears. Still, I hunger. Still, I thirst.
Is the X-Men collection behind me almost complete? No, because they released Phase 2. So like the only Phase 2 character I have so far is Cyclops. I have a bunch from Phase 2 to get. You know, when you're a 40-year-old man, it's sometimes hard to justify spending $25 for an action figure. I will eventually get them all. But yeah, I got Cyclops so far for the Phase 2. Phase 1 I bought all of them at once. And then Phase 2 I couldn't justify it. I don't know. I'm gonna eventually have all of them. I have to start getting like one every other week. I think I could probably justify getting like one every other week. If I approach it that way, I probably could have had them all already.
These are sacred halls. Your intrusion will be met with death. You there! Step forward! Do not expect your sacrilege to go unpunished.
Well, that's it. That's the last of the cold, disgusting coffee. Now I have no coffee. I don't know which is better. No coffee is the true hardcore WoW mode. Yeah, I think for me it is especially. Normally at this point in the day, I've ingested 20 ounces more coffee than I've had today. I'm 20 ounces short. I'm so close to getting the cap that I'm like I'm not gonna take a break. I've like the time to take a break has come and gone. I should have taken a break like an hour and a half ago. It would have been a great time for a break. Instead, I got totally wrapped up, and I didn't step away at all. That's a really bad habit. You can tell I'm out of practice with streaming because I didn't take my 2 hours. My 2 hours in break. Usually at 2 hours in I take a break, I get up, I stretch my legs, I walk away for a bit. And that didn't happen today. Was that it? This was the last guy, right? This was the guy we needed for the bonus XP. Yeah. Like there's one more boss in here that nobody kills. Because you don't need him. Sounds like a Saturday well spent. Yeah, I mean, I've had a great time. It's been great. And the good thing is we're gonna hit our goal here pretty soon. So totally worth it. I'm gonna burn out. I will burn out for today, but like yeah, it's okay. Like what happens with actual burnout is like when you go day after day after day after day with burnout and you don't realize it. I will burn out of WoW for the rest of today, but I won't burn out for like the rest of the week. I appreciate it though. It'll be okay. I need a coffee machine in my office. Yeah, the thoughts cross my mind. But then I almost worry that at that point, like two things will happen at that point. The first thing that'll happen is that I'll probably drink too much coffee. The second thing that'll happen is I will take less breaks. That's my worry. Like if I have a Keurig machine right next to me, which I could definitely do, then I'm not going to get up to get coffee. And I'm going to have too easy access to more coffee. So I'm going to lose track of like how much coffee I'm drinking. And I've been trying to keep it to like 40 or 50 ounces a day. Which most doctors would probably tell you is still too much. But that's about as good as I can do. We got 6 bars. We got like maybe one run. If we can get a dungeon where I have a couple of quests to do. Oh, you know what? That's what I was doing. I remember now. I was doing something. I was trying to get over to the Nexus because if I get to the Nexus, I have 2 Nexus quests to turn in. Yeah, right here. So if I get these turned in, they're not going to be worth a lot of XP. I'm actually surprised they're not gray. Level 71 and I'm level 79. They're not going to be worth a lot, but if I can get those turned in, that will help a little bit. Let's see if I can even, like, how close am I going to get before the queue pops? Probably not. Probably not super close. If I keep heading that way, I'll eventually get there. I think I had to turn around to empty my bags, and then I completely forgot that we were trying to get out to the Nexus. I need to step through the portal, and I hope that the quest giver is, like, right inside. And that'll move my bar, like, a little bit. A tiny little bit. Go exploring? Yeah, we can get some... I don't know if there's many areas that... yeah, there's probably some zones that I haven't been in. Storm Peaks I haven't been in. Ice Crown. Yeah, we could fly around. Just flying around those other zones could have been a good way. I should have been doing that all along.
Well met.
That would have been... oh, look at this. We've got a quest here. I didn't see what the quest was for, but it's some kind of quest. So that's going to help out a lot. That being said, it's a Violet Hold, so not one of my favorite dungeons. I don't like dungeons that artificially create length. You know what I mean? Like you have to wait for the timers. No matter how powerful you are, you cannot speed through this any faster than the portal's opening. That's always frustrating to me for some reason. Like even when I know we can plow through mob after mob after mob, it's always frustrating to like be slowed down by just like an artificial timer. That being said, I don't think it's a super long one, so it should be okay. Oh yeah, Alex, you know, the weird thing is we haven't got any of the 3... I forgot about those dungeons. I forgot they added those to the game. We haven't got any of those to pop today. And we've been doing runs for most of the day. Yeah, it's weird. We haven't got Forge of Souls or any of them. Any of those 3 that they added. Those could have been a good source of like some gear upgrades too. There probably could have been some like easy epics in there for us. I probably haven't done the quest. Wait, there's a quest you have to do to open them up? Oh, you mean quest inside of them? Yeah. Oh, if there's quest inside of them, I haven't done them. Yeah, I don't think this character has not done those dungeons. But it's kind of surprising that we haven't caught him on unless there's a quest we have to do to open them up, and then it makes sense. I wonder if I can look at it now. Oh, okay. Yeah, like, they're not even listed. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Back in business.
Dark Rangers and Dalaran.
Execute an exit strategy.
At this point, I'll probably never have to worry about it. Yeah, I think we're gonna hit 80, and then
it seems my
we'll probably never do these dungeons again.
Intriguing. A high quantity of arcane energy is near. Time for some prospecting. This is an unrecoverable loss.
Yeah, man, why do I feel like overall I feel like SOD overall hurt Classic WoW. Like overall, like total aggregate value to the community, I feel like SOD hurt Classic WoW. The first thing that it did was it split the player base. The second thing it did was it was not good. It committed 2 major offenses. Firstly, it split the player base. Secondly, it wasn't that good. And I feel like overall for the health of Classic, I feel like it was a detriment to the health of Classic. Maybe that's a shit take. But that's how I experienced SOD. For me, it was a net negative. Mop Remix is fun. Yeah, I can second that. I almost, even though I know I had to get this level to cap, I almost played Mop Remix today on an alt on the stream. But then I buckled down and I decided that we had to get this character leveled up. I'm glad that I decided to like do this, but I almost played Mop Remix because it is a lot of fun. We will stream some Mop Remix at some point. Once I get my Death Knight capped out, like for an alt, we'll stream some Mop Remix when I get to an alt. I'm thinking about doing a rogue for my first alt in Mop Remix. Either a rogue or a priest, like a shadow priest. Do I want you to bring the burger? I can has burger? If I can has burger, yeah, I guess I should has burger. I'd like to say I'm gonna ding when I finish this dungeon, but I don't think it's gonna happen. I was hoping to time it so that I could have dinner, but yes, I think so. I think I should have burger. I'd be very appreciative of burger. I'm sure this group won't mind if I just kind of like half-ass it while I eat a burger. I'm sure chat won't mind if I half-ass it while I eat a burger. I haven't eaten in over 4 hours, so like for me that's kind of a big deal. We've got 3.5 bubbles. It's gonna be really close. So like between the bonus XP and if we get the quest completed, I'm just not even sure like what the quest is. And then turning in these Nexus quests, like I think we're gonna get it. Like with this run and the Nexus quest and the quest for this dungeon, that we should get cap. I have to believe it's possible. We might not need to do another run. I have the burger. I have the burger, and since I have the burger, I am gonna turn my camera off and I'm gonna eat this burger. I'm gonna still play the game. Probably at about the same level I'm currently playing it, but I do need to eat this burger. So I'm going to.
valiant defense, but this city must be razed. I will fulfill Malagos's wishes myself. We finish this now, champions of the Kirin Tor. Perhaps we have underestimated.
Greetings. Farewell. Safe travels.
Alright, so I have to believe that if we turn in the 2 Nexus quests, that will ding. I have to believe it. We are very close. I'm not going to do the math. I could probably do the math on the experience. I could probably like total it out to make sure, but we're going to go find out. I really didn't think I was going to be able to do this in one day. So if we get this done in one day, that would be amazing. Now which one of these is the I think this is the portal for Nexus? No. That's the portal for Oculus. Okay. Maybe down below. Right? Down below. There we go.
How are you? Have a good one. Safe travels.
Alright, this should be it.
Hey there. See you around. See you later.
That's it. We are good. We are ready for Monday. It feels good. This character was started a very long time ago. This character was started back in the Burning Crusade. This character hit level cap in the Burning Crusade. This character started putting together its bold set in the Burning Crusade, and then they announced that Wrath was coming out, like, super fast. So yeah, this character's been around for a long time, and it feels really good to have him at level cap and to be ready to take him into the Cataclysm content. I really appreciate you guys being here today and hanging out with me while I get this done. This character's total slash played is 8 days, 22 hours. 8 days. How many hours is that? 8 days, 22 hours. 24 times 8 plus 22. This character slash played is 214 hours. So yeah, it's a character that I have a lot of investment in. Like time and emotionally. So it's going to be really cool to take him into the Cataclysm. I'm really excited. Whew, okay, guys, thank you guys so much. Now, again, like, I'm going to stream more than I have been because I've been on like a 4-week break. I'm not going to try to do like daily streams like Monday through Friday like I was. But I will be around a lot more than I have been in like the past 4 weeks. So I appreciate you guys being here today, even after I have been away for so long. Not sure if I'll stream tomorrow, but definitely Monday night is Cataclysm launch night. So Monday night, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I will be here trying to play Cataclysm. We will hope that the servers at 6 p.m. Monday night, we'll hope the servers are good, that the servers are stable, and we will begin our journey towards level 85. Thank you guys again. I really do appreciate it. And yeah, take care of yourselves out there. Take care of each other. And we will see you back here, if not sooner, then on Monday. Bye for now.